My God. My God. I kind of lost track of time. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. All right, let's look real quick. I gotta fix something in the background. I got a little dialed in there. Yeah, got a little dialed in. I was like, oh wait a minute, I'm supposed to be I'm like, oh man, I'm supposed to be streaming right now. I like looked up and I'm like, what time am I supposed to stream? I'm like, oh man, it's already like 7 minutes past. Let me fix a couple other things in the quickness. Let's see here. I'm not even gonna worry about it today. What's going on, guys? What is happening? Hey, looking good. Thanks. Feeling good. Actually, like, I feel like a little bit more mentally dialed in today, if that makes any sense. Mentally dialed in. Like, one of the things it's like really incredibly frustrating when you make when you make a video is that what ends up happening is that pretty much immediately following making a video, you have like 1,000 other ideas and things that you wish you said in that video. And what sucks about that is that you go back and you're like, man, I would really wish I would have said this. I really wish I would have said this. And like, well, some people are like, oh, well, you just make another video. It's just like, well, sometimes you just don't want to have to beat a dead horse. You know what I mean? You just want to keep saying the same thing over and over again. Because like, there's a lot of context in a video, and you don't want to have to repeat all of that. Otherwise, and from my perspective specifically, it just doesn't. It's not as good. Just not as good. Not as good of content. You know what I mean? Let's put some tunes on real quick. And we'll have a little chat. We'll talk about some things. Because I am... Oh, man. I'll be honest with you. Like, a lot of this talk... Jesus, that was loud. Oh, that was not expecting that. That's also... It was also a lie, too. How's this? No, I don't think that's what I want either. This will work. This works just perfect. This works just perfect. The last vid was very good in my opinion. Thank you, appreciate it. The way I see things, Dragon's Dogma 2 is a delicious cake that had a wild pigeon drop a legendary crap on it after it was delivered. Yeah. I'll give it a couple minutes before I get into it. But yeah. Dragon's Dogma 2 drama is so depressing as a fan. I know it is. And to be honest with you, the thing is that like, just so that you guys know, I'm visiting this topic because this is the reason the game just came out, right? So we talk about it. But after that, the thing is that like, I'm just gonna play the game and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, I've already been playing the game. Thank you for the follow, Pain. Yeah, Pain. Thank you for the follow. Also, Master Me, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, it's kind of a complex thing. I think like one of the problems is it's just so damn so standard AAA that it's just like, guys, come on, man, like, give us a break. Just give us a break for for a game. You know what I mean? Just give us a break for a game. Would like to hear your opinion more after you finish the game. Well, yeah, you're gonna get that as well, right? But that's gonna be a long time from now. The game's thick. The game's so thick. It's not even funny. I mean, it's very much what it's what I wanted. Like, it really is. You know, all of the other things outside of the game, all the other things outside of the game are like take all that stuff away, and the game is fantastic. It's just so damn good. It's so good. There's so many, like, the vistas are sick. The storytelling is awesome. The world is fantastic. I lose myself for hours just like randomly looking around. The only thing that annoys me about the game, like outside of obviously like performance issues, is the only thing that like annoys me is like the fact that I always have to go back to town because I need to like get rid of a bunch of stuff in my inventory. Just because I keep like filling shit. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it, man. Just wish they would fix performance. I want to enjoy it. Yeah, you know what the thing is that like I'm actually kind of surprised because here we are like this is now day 2. Like usually there's been like at least a quick patch. You know, not to throw more wood on the fire, but you look at like Baldur's Gate 3, they issued patches the day the game came out, the day after the game came out, the day after that. Like they were on a tear. You look over at like Starfield was horrible with it. Doctor, thank you for the Prime over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Thank you. You look at like Starfield was horrible with that. When I don't even think like it took like a month or so before they even put in a patch in the first place. There's still a ton of stuff that they haven't even touched yet. You know what I mean? So it's just like, God damn, man. Like, give us a break. Give us a break. So, yeah, well, if Capcom fixes up Dragon's Dogma 2 soon instead of later, maybe I'll pick up, but I'm mixed. Yeah, and to be honest, like, I feel like for a lot of people, it probably is a really good chance to, how come y'all aren't upset? Oh, man, this is perfect. I'm so happy you're bringing this up. How come y'all aren't upset about how super credits work in Dragon's Dogma 2? You literally need super credits to buy armor. You don't have to scavenge for super credits. Either you can just buy them. Yeah, so the main difference, and this is something that a lot of people keep bringing up, is they're like, well, how do you celebrate the monetization in Helldivers 2 and then chastise monetization in Dragon's Dogma 2? And that's because one is a $40 live service game and the other is a $70 single player game. There is a massive difference in our expectations between those two games. And whether or not this is my problem with it. This is my problem with it. And I hope it probably won't, because the thing is that a lot of the people that have made this decision in their mind have already set themselves on it. It's not about the fact that you don't need it. It's not about the fact that, honestly, you probably wouldn't even notice they were there if you didn't see them in the store in the first place. It's not about any of that. It's not about whether or not you actually have to go get Rift crystals or not. And it doesn't matter that you can get port crystals in the game or, get the ability to change the way your character looks. It's not about any of that. It's just the principle of the fact it's a single player RPG that has microtransactions that, while you will sit there and say, well, you don't need it. Well, exactly. Then why the fuck is it in the game? Like, that's the thing that is just so irritating to me. And the worst part is that so many people are getting so tied up on the microtransactions that they're not even paying attention to the bigger issues of the game, like the fact that they released it on Steam without the ability to delete your own save or even start a new game over. And for the players that have tried to do it, some of them have had de novo get triggered and then say that their game's being pirated because they tried to edit the game files to get rid of their save file. And then on top of that, the other problem is obviously the performance on PC as well as on console as well. And it just blows my mind that, one, people are just kind of latching on to the microtransactions more than anything else, which is just, people are going a little bit too overboard with it. But the one thing that I like, the funny thing is, the microtransactions, like, though they bother me, they don't really bother me that much, right? They don't really bother me that much. What bothers me is the player's reaction to the microtransactions. Because instead of just saying, yeah, they shouldn't be there, people keep saying, yeah, they shouldn't be there, but. No fucking but. Shut the fuck up with the but. No but. It's a $70 single player game. Why are you trying to make excuses for it? Why don't you just say, no, it doesn't need to be there? It's as simple as that. There's no need to try to jump in and defend the game for something that you don't even want there either. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to like wrap my mind around the conversation, and I'm like, why defend it? All you have to say is, yeah, yeah, they shouldn't be there. That's it. We don't need to jump around in circles. Yeah, but why aren't you mad about this game? Well, microtransactions suck regardless. However, for the most part, we remain relatively understanding if it makes sense in the context of the game that we're playing and the money that we're spending. But it's not making it doesn't make sense in the context of Dragon's Dogma 2 or in the money that we spent. It's as simple as that. There's no reason to run around in circles and try to make excuses. You don't need to, though. You can just buy that's listen to what I'm saying. It does not matter that you don't need it. It's the fact that it exists in the first place. It's so easy to just say it doesn't need to be there. You don't need to say it doesn't need to be there, but you don't actually really need it, so it's not a big deal. No. Because that's exactly what these companies want you to say in the first place. That's why the thing is that today you don't need it. Tomorrow they make it where it is a requirement. The thing is that it's the same thing. Nobody needed to buy horse armor. Nobody needed to buy horse armor. Come on. Like, you want me to play that game? I'll run around that circle. I think microtransactions in games is smart. Not catering to whales. Just leaving money on the table is dumb. From a business perspective, it is. But the problem is that it's not. It doesn't benefit the consumer. That's the biggest problem with it. Is that I have an issue with microtransactions that do not benefit the consumer in some way. And in the case of a single player game like this, there's no benefit to it. And the existence of it only furthers the drive for not the production people. That's the other thing too. People are like, you're taking Hideki Itsuno's words out of context when he was talking about, this, like he wasn't the one that greenlit the microtransactions. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. The developers that are out there that have these great and grand ideas for video games are making these games, and then the people that run these companies and that are running the sales and marketing divisions of these companies are the ones that are making the decisions to put things like this in games in the first place. And what ends up happening is that you have developers like the people over at Capcom, and they come up with this amazing, incredible system that's the pawn system. And it's awesome because it's a really cool community-driven tool where we get to share characters with one another, take them on quests with us, experience each other's, gain a little bit of experience from one another's journey. But you can also just go ahead and buy, 6,000 Rift Crystals and rent a $40 or a level 40 character at level 2 and get carried. Like that. The fact that you can do that undermines the existence of the system and the purity of that system in itself. And these types of microtransactions, from my eyes, only serve to like just perverse the product itself. So it's not whether or not you need to engage with it. It's not whether or not it doesn't matter whether you use it or not. It doesn't matter if you can farm all the things in the game to begin with. That's not what my problem is. My problem is that it undermines the creative vision of the people that made the game in the first place and the enjoyment of the players. Because as these things exist in games, yes, there may not be a need for it right now. However, in the next game, that doesn't mean it won't be there. Because Coke Carnage had brought it up where he was talking about like, yeah, you will have things that don't have a need, but what is the point of selling things that don't have a need? Eventually, you're going to have that moment where the developers are turned to and told, hey, you need to limit the amount of this item in the game so we can start selling the microtransactions. Regardless if these are one-time purchases or not, it doesn't matter. All that is just excuses. You're just making excuses for something that doesn't need to be there in the first place. And by me saying these microtransactions shouldn't be in the game, isn't me saying that it's a bad game. Isn't me telling people not to buy the game or that it can't be an incredible game. It still can. It's just unnecessary things that are on the side that only serve to make the game worse, not the game better. Only serve to take advantage of customers that maybe don't have the same amount of knowledge as you or I, that know that you can get rift crystals from anywhere in the game, that know that you get a bunch of different port crystals and it's not a super big necessity for you to buy another one. They're looking to take advantage of those people, and these discussions and saying that those things shouldn't be in the game are trying to protect those people, not you. It's so self-centered, it's so selfish, it's so bullshit when I see people that are trying to defend this stuff, and then on top of that, trying to then make a jump across to another game. Yeah, but what about this live service game? This is a $70 AAA single-player game. What are you talking about? Our expectations for a live service game are completely different because with, as an example, Helldivers 2, they have been updating the game with new content every single week. So yeah, we understand that the $40 price tag for that game and its sale isn't enough to carry it through, and we're not going to pay a monthly subscription to a game like that. So the best way that they can monetize their game in the most ethical way possible is by making a system in which the players can continue to give them money here and there if they want to, but they don't have to engage with that system. That's not what's going on with Dragon's Dogma 2. You got a $70 game. What's in that game is what will be there a year from now, 2 years from now, unless they release an expansion and you pay for it. There's a completely different level of expectation that we have for live service games from single player games. And the fact that I've seen so many people try to draw the comparison between those two things, it blows my mind. Like, are people just so terrified of nuance that they can't draw these kind of conclusions themselves? Also, Josh, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I kind of ran there for a minute. Paw. Thank you for the 5. Says, games like PoE have thousands of dollars worth of microtransactions, and $100 of them are needed quality of life, but it's free. No new game in DD2 is an L. Yeah, and the thing is too is that for a free to play game, Path of Exile is probably one of the more, if not the most, ethically monetized games that's out there. But at the exact same time, recognize that selling quality of life is selling quality of life is motivated by the fact that the game is free to play, so it needs to sell microtransactions. It wouldn't be hard for customers to put two and two together and say that, oh, well, who's to say that Path of Exile didn't optimize their quality of life so that they could just sell it to players later, right? So there is that's what I'm talking about when developers need to create a need. Whether that actually happened with Path of Exile, I can't really say. I'm not going to put that onus on them or anything like that, but yeah. Oh man, my thing is people are afraid this will set a bad precedent, but Capcom has done it for years with popular games and it's largely unnoticed. Why is this one the game that'll set the precedent? So this is another thing that I've seen a lot of people bring up. This is another thing that I wish I would have talked about in the video and I didn't, but one of the things that I have seen a lot of people do is point to Devil May Cry 5. They pointed to Resident Evil 4, Monster Hunter, things like that. And they're like, why aren't these ones a big deal? Why are you just beating up on Dragon's Dogma? Because that's the way that like some fans are looking at it. Not necessarily saying that you are, but that is how some people are looking at it. And I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Sometimes these games and how they're monetized just goes unnoticed. And I'm sure there probably were people that did push back when those games were monetized the way that they were. However, the other crowd who just enjoyed the game and probably took the similar stance that we're seeing with people with Dragon's Dogma 2, which is that, well, you don't need it, so who cares? Like, those people were louder. Where in this case, the players that are like, no, it shouldn't be there, are louder, if that makes any sense. And I think the reason why those people are louder is because of the game's performance at launch. If the game performed, like if the game didn't have any performance issues when it launched, we wouldn't even probably be having this conversation for the most part. I feel like when you see a major issue like that, you look at all the other cracks in the game and you start pointing out every single thing that's bad with it. And the opposite is true when there's less large glaring issues, right? And I think that's basically what's going on here. So the monetization in other Capcom games is just as bad as this. But it was never a larger issue because there were no other glaring issues at the time that brought it to like the forefront of discussion. And I do think that largely across the board when it comes to the discussion for Dragon's Dogma 2, far too many players are taking it way too they're taking it to taking the microtransaction part of it to a incredible length. Like, I'll be real, and you could probably even tell from my video. The microtransaction part, I really am not all that like super passionate about for the game because, as many people obviously can tell, it's not something that you have to engage with. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily say it's not predatory because it kind of is, because it is kind of there to take advantage of people that don't have the context that you could just earn a lot of that stuff in game by playing the game. You are going to have some people that are going to see those things in the store and say, oh, well, I'll just go ahead and take some of this stuff now. And it is there to take advantage of the people that are maybe this is the really crazy thing, actually. It is there to take advantage of the people that are having a hard time learning and a hard time playing Dragon's Dogma 2, because effectively what those players can do is just buy a shitload of Rift Crystals and then use that to buy a high-level pawn to carry them. Like, that's what that's what you're gonna have some people do. So, yeah, but here's the thing, just because those other games had bad monetization, but nobody talked about it, doesn't make it any less worse or anything like that in my eyes. Thank you for the 10, by the way. I'm ranting too hard too quickly. I'm like drying out already. Smack the Panda with the $5 says, have you seen Moist Critical's video? He can't even play the game and he's been a huge fan for years. It's crazy. People aren't even talking about that. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I do think that oh man. I do think that like more people need to pay attention to the launch, like the launch quality of the game more than anything else, like the performance of the game more than anything else. And see, that's the funny thing. I just saw somebody say unless Unless you or Asmongold recommend a game, I'm not buying it. Yeah, and the thing is that like the fucked up thing is like the most frustrating part about this is that like I can't not recommend Dragon's Dogma 2 unless you have like a mid-range or low end PC or a or maybe a console. And then even still the consoles are kind of hit or miss. Like I would still tell people like the game is a fucking blast. It's still really good. And it just has a lot of bullshit. But if I told people hey, would you recommend buying the game? If you have the money for it and you don't want to wait, and it's something that you feel like if you have the money for it and you really want to play it, and it's in your means to get it, and the performance isn't a big issue for you, then yeah, I would probably say you'd probably enjoy it. I enjoy the game, but at the same time though. Like, and see, that's the thing too, is that I saw a bunch of comments. People are like, wow, talking about things that you don't like about a game while also saying that you're having a really fun time playing it. Talk about a hypocrite. And it's just like, oh man, like genuinely hurts my head to think about that. Pain. I'm like I guess I'm just like I'm really confused because like somehow like I feel like I explained it like pretty plainly. I feel like I explained it pretty plainly. Otherwise, it's hypocrisy, but worse, since Helldivers 2 locks armor behind premium currency. You don't have to scavenge. No, like it's like here's the thing. Nobody's excusing microtransactions at all. I mean, okay. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, nobody's excusing microtransactions at all. We all wish that they weren't a thing, to be honest. I would love it. Everybody would love it. But at the same time, here's the thing. Do we think that, so when it comes to live service games, so let's have the discussion on live service games and monetization. I think that's kind of interesting to have. Without microtransactions, I just don't really see a lot of these live service games doing as well as they do. So they have to come up with some type of creative way to be able to monetize their game. It didn't used to be like that. But the thing is that, and I think that we lose the context of the business side of things, right? Helldivers 2 is not free to play. Hey, I know. But at the exact same time, for 100 employees, all of the server costs, the continued maintenance costs, as well as the ability for that developer to work on another title, if they don't have microtransactions and still sold that game for only $40, they're not going to make enough money to be able to operate a live service game, continue to update it with content, and also work on other games and pay their employees at the same time, right? Like we can recognize that that's a thing. You know what I mean? We can recognize that that's a thing. You shouldn't recommend a game that has microtransactions and maybe suits to take notice. Doubtful, but see, but here's the thing is that I'll be honest, like, this kind of sounds contradictory, but it's like, even though we wish microtransactions didn't exist, like they do have to some extent. Otherwise, there are games that just wouldn't. There are games that just wouldn't make sense without them. Because like, let's think about it realistically. So if we look at a game like Helldivers 2, right? So $40 for Helldivers 2. You have 100 employees. You have, what you want them to support the game for how long? How long do you want them to support the game? When do you want them to? Path of Exile is a really good example, but that's a free to play game. But the thing is that your only other option would be to what? Charge more for the game. But even still, then chances are you're not going to be able to make another game, like develop another game in the background, expand your team, and continue to support whatever live service game that you put out. And then at the exact same time, the other thing you have to think about as well is that like players aren't going to pay a monthly sub to play a game like Helldivers 2, right? Not saying that people wouldn't. Like, you would definitely have some people that would, but for the most part, most players would just no. You know what I mean? Most players, it wouldn't be, like, as an example, like Helldivers 2 wouldn't be nearly as big if there was like a monthly sub attached to it, because there's not enough content in a game like that for players to justify paying something like that. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 was selected as sacrifice, and it's a shame. So like the thing is that it's just a really good game that just has like unnecessary noise. That's all it is. It's just a really good game that has unnecessary noise out like around it, and that's the reason why players are upset. And I don't blame players for being upset, to be honest. You know what I mean? Playing DD2 on low settings, having better performance, and having a blast. Most of the time, yeah, I'm on board with bad taste with microtransactions. Yeah, I like that, and that's really the thing. Like, I kind of how are all the YouTubers getting the microtransactions topic so wrong? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I love the game, and I wouldn't pay monthly. Yeah, exactly. I love the game too, and I wouldn't pay monthly either. Microtransactions aside, it's absolutely god-awful optimization. Yeah, that's actually the thing that I think that not all of them. Not all of them. Twano, you're actually wrong. You're actually wrong. The store is a one-time purchase that comes with the different editions. So I got Dragon's Dogma 2 as a Christmas gift. And I got gifted the, Mega Supreme Edition or whatever the hell it was. And some of those items are, but like the whole other different like packs of Rift crystals, as well as the Port Crystal, and what was the other one? There was something else too as well. Like, those ones were not included. Yeah, but you just said it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're one-time purchases. It doesn't matter if they're two-time purchases. It doesn't matter if you can buy unlimited amounts. It's just the existence of them in the first place that is like, we don't have. I said this at the very beginning of the stream, and I'm probably gonna have to repeat myself 100 times. Oh, wait, crystals, thank you. Wake stones. It's as simple as this. You guys call for fire when it's literally just smoke. How about this? How about instead of going, it's not a big deal. How about we just say they just shouldn't be there? Is it that big of a deal to just say that? Is it really that big of a stretch to just say, it shouldn't be there? Just call it a day. You know what I mean? Rather than make it anything bigger than it needs to be, rather than make it anything smaller than it should be, and just say that it shouldn't be there. Simple as that, man. But I do feel like, for the most part, people are getting way too carried away with the microtransactions part of it. People are getting way too carried away with the microtransaction part of the conversation. Everything on Dragon's Dogma 2 should be focused on two things. Or three things. The performance of the game. The fact that you can't restart your game. Whatever. What was the other one? The performance. You can't restart your game, and the game is great. Save slots can't restart. Same thing. The microtransactions are like the more minor concern more than anything else. However, at the exact same time, the thing is that it still deserves to be talked about. It should still deserve to be de novo. So like that can kind of be that's a whole other thing, man. De novo is a whole other conversation. I do think that it probably wasn't the best. You guys did some serious damage over something that isn't. Dude, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Did some damage? Did what damage? To a AAA company that you feel like you need to defend? Are you out of your mind? Come on, man. Let's be reasonable about this kind of stuff. What are you talking about? Did some damage. Damage to who? Damage to what? Saying that we don't want microtransactions in a $70 premium video game from one of the largest developers and publishers in the entire industry with 45 years of knowledge. Are you kidding me? We did some damage. Good. I hope we did do some damage. Good. The problem is you have people that are like jumping out of their seat. Oh my God, if people are crying too much, we're not going to get a third Dragon's Dogma. Fuck. What? If people get upset that other people aren't buying the game because of microtransactions and because of the poor performance of the game at launch, good. They should be. They should be. Clickbait for revenue. Man, this is probably the easiest block of my entire life. Peace. Peace. Rip Bozo, yeah. Quarterly profits, gotta meet them. You got it. That's you know what the thing is? Like, that's the one thing that people should really be talking about in the first place, man. That's the one thing that they should be talking about in the first place, is that they it's relatively transparent when you can see that their fiscal year ends on March 31st and they push the game on its launch day. Like, it's definitely one of those things where, like, they should, dude, they probably could have fixed the issues if they just gave it a couple extra weeks. Like that. And we wouldn't be having these conversations to begin with. You guys are doing some damage. Doing what damage? They did the damage to themselves. What are you talking about? You're the first person who mentioned the fiscal year. Really? How did nobody figure that out? How did nobody figure out that their fiscal year ends on March 31st? It's one of the reasons why you actually will see with some studios, their release date will be tied close to the end of their fiscal year, because I don't know if you guys know this or not. But so usually when it comes to sales of video games, it's like a hard spike and then it shoots down, right? So the first 2 weeks of a game's release are usually like the highest sales that you're going to see of it. The first week usually is the highest week that you see, right? And you will see companies that, and this isn't just video games, by the way. Actually, we can take that back. So you guys probably all work for companies that do something similar as well, where it's how they kind of balance their spending, where, you know, they'll spend a lot at the beginning of the year, and then they tie up their expenses at the end, and then they try to do their best to be able to report as high of profits as they can before that fiscal year ends, because that's when they have to do like quarterly reports and all that stuff. And then that's usually when you start seeing people get dividends and things like that as well. So I don't know if they have dividends for Capcom or not, though. But if there is payouts for Capcom, then yeah, that's when they would want to do it. Shout out to the game tester who had my old rig. Yeah. That makes them look good in terms of growth on a graph. Yeah, exactly. And then it also usually will start them off on a good foot for the next year as well, right? Because you'll end up having like a really like solid start to the next year. They do. One of our management priorities is to share profits with our shareholders. One basic policy is to aim for payout ratio of 30% while taking into account our financial condition and future business strategies. And going forward, we strive to provide a stable and continuous dividends. Yeah, exactly. So it's basically the same kind of thing. So you have one of those kind of deals. You just have one of those kind of deals. Yeah, gamers damaging companies would be ridiculous. Just compare Baldur's Gate 3 release to Dragon's Dogma 2. What a difference. Do you know what the funny thing is? Not really. Not different, actually. Baldur's Gate 3 performed like garbage for a lot of players when Baldur's Gate 3 released. But at the exact same time, The difference with that is that most of the issues that Baldur's Gate 3 had at launch were usually tied into like the later half of the game, not the very beginning of the game, though players did talk about it quite a lot. But the difference with that is that Baldur's Gate 3 was $60. Baldur's Gate 3 was a game that was coming out of early access. And also on top of that, it didn't have microtransactions. And they started off making sure that players knew that this was a full experience with nothing else tagged on, no need to purchase anything else at any time or anything like that. Even more so, which they followed up on later, because now that they've gone and said there's not going to be any DLC, and I think I said that a long time ago too. You know, I brought it up previously where I specifically said that, you know, I didn't see Larian Studios doing any DLC because I think they view DLC, like even expansion DLC, as like microtransactions. You know what I mean? But I also think that too, you know, something really telling, especially from that interview, and after I thought about it for a little bit, after I watched an interview with Sven Vinka, I actually think it's a falling out that they have with Wizards of the Coast. Not really spoken out loud necessarily, but I think there was some type of falling out there because obviously Wizards has had some like crazy shit go on over the last couple of years. And I think there's a really good chance that the people that were there that Larian was working with to make Baldur's Gate 3 are not there anymore. Therefore, Larian doesn't want to work with them anymore. And they're just like, you can have the property. Here you go. We'll continue to work on it. Leave it at that. And we're going to go do our own thing, which is good for Larian Studios anyway. That's what they should do. I'm really hoping, like, I would rather them go back to their homebrew stuff. They need to work on that because, like, Divinity Original Sin 2 is really good. Like, a damn good game. Damn good game. But it still needed a lot of work. It still needed things that it still needed thanks for a lot of the stream as usual. This channel's been a breath of fresh air when it comes to neutrality. I love the fact that you don't mind criticizing your favorite games. Yeah, of course I am. I'll criticize the shit out of my, like, what is this like weird obsession that I've seen recently with some players that like you can't love something and criticize it? Have you guys noticed that? Have you noticed that? Like, people do not like you can't play something and enjoy it and love the game, but also criticize the bad parts about it. Because if you do that, ooh, you don't actually love it. You're a liar. Grifter. Nuance on the internet is a fallacy. Dissonance, baby. That's right. That's right. Larian said they had a good relationship with Wizards, but they want to do things, do their own thing. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I kind of said what I said is because, you know, because he pointed out that the people that they were working with at Wizards of the Coast aren't there anymore. Like the people that were involved with Baldur's Gate 3 aren't there anymore. But honestly, probably reading into it far more than I actually need to. I think that they just really just want to go and do their own thing now. They just don't want to see themselves and their success continually tied to somebody else's property. And I think that that's a really good thing to do. I think that's a really good thing for them to do because like while Divinity Original Sin 2 was like a banger, it they still need to develop on like writing their own homebrew stories more. You know what I mean? Like they need to work on developing that Divinity universe. I wish Larian owned the damn IP. Don't we all? Loving playing the game, hating the stupid save system, and definitely enjoying the game. But some parts of it really need work. Yeah, that is. Yeah. I love Divinity Original Sin 2. Yeah. Still selfishly wanting them to make a 40k CRPG. What are you talking about, Cody? You have Rogue Trader. You think Larian picked up another big IP from what Sven said? I don't think they picked up another big IP. I think that they're going to work on something themselves. And the thing is that with how flexible the Divinity universe is, they could quite literally take it into space if they wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, pretty easily. Because the reason why I say space is just because, like, there's been some odd hints towards that. I think it'd be really sick if they do like a Divinity Original Sin 3, but it's sci-fi. Like, how out of left field would that be? You'd be like, what? What? And it'd be like dragon gods but like space dragon gods. I don't know. I'm just making shit up now. But it sounds sick. Somebody make that. Somebody needs to make that. Bro, I need to get another haircut. Like, I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, my shit is like fucking. Look at this shit. Look at this mane, dude. Look at this fucking. Look at this mop. Look at this fucking mop. Either that, or I just fucking grow it out. You know what I mean? And then we just start having streams where I'm just like, you know, like this. You know, blind playthrough of Monster Hunter World. What do you guys think? Blind playthrough of Monster Hunter World? Blind playthrough of Dragon's Dogma 2? Flow it out, dog. Just shave it? Hell no. I can't shave it. You're out of your fucking mind. I look like a fucking egghead. But plus on top of that, the other thing is too, is that I have a I can't really show you guys. It's too difficult to show you. But I have a scar on the top of my head that goes from like here all the way back to the other side of my head. When I was 17, I tried racing my mom's so God, I was such a bad kid, guys. I was such a bad kid. I'm gonna earn it back, okay? I'm working on it. But when I was like 17, I took my mom's she had a 1973 Corvette Stingray. It's like yellow, really cool looking Corvette, right? Fucking fast as shit, loud as hell, cool as hell looking. She loved that car. She loved that car so much. She got it as a gift. Or she got it, it was either a gift or it was left in a will from one of her uncles. And I was 17, just got my driver's license, wanted to impress some people, took it out racing, and then I spun out and slammed it into the side of a tree at about 110 miles an hour or something like that. Ripped the car in half. Huge piece of glass came back and like went right across the top of my head, and it literally scalped me. There was a part of my scalp like that big that was missing off the top of my head. And they had to staple and then stitch and then like bandage my head like turban style. Yeah. There was also like a with like the e-brake. So like there's a pin in the e-brake. The pin in the e-brake shot out and went through my knee and then into my thigh. Like I was banged up. I still remember when my mom walked into the hospital, and like it was after after they stitched me up, sewed me up, and put me in a bed and put me to sleep for a little while, doped me up a little bit, you know what I mean? And my mom walks in, she's just like, car's gone. I'm like, oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to afford to buy her another one day. Hopefully. It's a bit that I fall in love with the way that Larian designed their Dragonborn. So damn impressive. Just awesome. Yeah, actually, I honestly, a lot of their character designs like came out looking really good, to be honest. I injured my knee in elementary school. Got a metal spike from a ramp. Oof. Oof. Not a gamer shut-in teen. Mind blown. Yeah, no, I was not. I was not a gamer shut-in. Actually, quite the opposite, to be honest with you. Oh, sorry, I missed the super chat. Les Chevaliers. Les Chevaliers. I'm going to say that's what it is. $2 Canadian says, this is why always wait for release before buying. Absolutely, my friend. That's what you should do. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like usually I give game releases a day before I make a purchase, but in the case of Dragon's Dogma 2, again, it was Christmas present, so you know, I'm not gonna be like, well, you know, I refunded your Christmas present. I'm gonna use the money for something else. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Plus, on top of that, I'm a YouTuber, so like I have to make content, right? Let's be real. Like I play video games for a living right now, so it'd be kind of stupid of me to do something like that. Does he interact with Twitch/YouTube? Both. Why? What do you want of me? Has anyone else got a 1060p quality option on the stream? 1060p? What even is that? Is there 1080p? I don't know. My first game was Zork on Commodore 64. No, he ignores us because he deems us unworthy. What? No, I do not. You guys should get 1080p. I have it set so you get 1080p on the streams. Oh, nothing. Just really mess with your vids. Just wanted to be in the right place. You can do wherever. You can be wherever you want. That's the whole point, man. That's like one of the things I try to tell people. Like, you can watch on Twitch or you can watch on YouTube. It doesn't really matter. You guys are all gonna show up. I'll see all of you guys. Watch where you're the most comfortable. Personally, myself, I like watching streams on Twitch more than I like watching them on YouTube. Though I realize there's a negative connotation with Twitch for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Splice with the 128 bits says, you convinced me to get Helldivers 2. Holy crap, I'm loving the game. It feels like TF2, Man vs. Machine, ease of access to Fortnite, and the humor of Portal 2. What a package. Yeah, what an actual banger game. And Berserk, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You got Asmongold saying he's the most balanced voice on the internet, yet he's sponsored by Capcom. I don't know. I can't really comment on a lot of that stuff. I have seen like a lot of pushback on other content creators. And I think the problem is that there's like a lot of really weird dialogue going on with like, that whole situation, right? So you have creators that were sponsored to like review the game, right? You have people that were sponsored to review it. They got review copies of the game. They got the game early. And those guys didn't say anything about the microtransactions. And I guess like, and I've talked to a few that were sponsored or did get early access or early review copies. And from the ones that I've talked to, whether or not that's the same for everybody, I can't speak for everyone. But for the guys that I know, they didn't have access to seeing that stuff. They didn't see the microtransactions specifically. So I realize that there's a lot of people out there that are calling them like shills or saying they were trying to like hide information. And while there may be some that did, I can't attest for all of them. But the ones that I've talked to that I know, they didn't have access to that stuff. Otherwise, they probably would have said something about it, to be honest. Asmongold is paid by Capcom. No, he doesn't use the shop, and he has a proper PC, so he's chilling. So that's why he's chilling for the game. Bear in mind, people receive the game paid from Capcom. They will likely have a non-disparagement clause. Only big brave folk enough to ask to get that removed. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I don't really I can't really speak on that because I don't know what the, you know, all we can do, like, all people can really do is try to come to their own conclusions, like whether or not they think a content creator is truthful or not, or whether or not they're like trying to hide something, you know what I mean? And that's just jumping to a conclusion that you're picking rather than, you know, having hard evidence that they're doing something wrong, you know what I mean? So I feel like a lot of that kind of comes down to your own personal taste of who you like and who you don't like. I think you're more likely to look at a content creator that you don't like and say, oh, he's obviously shilling, and then look at the guy that you do like and go, oh no, he didn't know about it, you know what I mean? And actually, you know what the other thing is too is that, like, so I watched Asmongold play it last night, like late last night. He like hopped back online. He played it. It was like 2:00 in the morning or something like that, right? And it was like, I want to say it was like 2:00 in the morning. He like popped back onto the game. It's just, I'm addicted. No, I can't stop. I think this stream name was or something like that. And he was like, he was talking to his chat about it, and he was just like, you know, yeah, I really like the game. And he's like, the game's a lot of fun. And he's also not having a lot of issues on his PC. He's had some crashes, and he's like, the crashes are bullshit. No game should have crashes. This game has crashes. And then the other thing is that I think, like, then after that, he also said something along the lines of like, you know, microtransactions are bad regardless because it motivates developers to make games worse. Which is true. It's absolutely true. Seems like Asmongold is in damage control. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that dude really needs to. I don't think he needs to. Like, I don't think he ever need. What damage control does that guy ever have to do? like he could probably, like, I'm pretty sure he could just say some heinous shit and people probably would be like, yeah, all right. Dude, you know what the funny thing is? You know what the funny thing is? I like everybody's sitting here talking about shilling. Do you have any idea how many people have been trying to tell me that I shill for Helldivers 2? You're just, you know, damage control on his hair loss. That's fucked. That's fucked. That's not even fair. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? I couldn't even imagine, like, man, that, like, not being able to, dude, you shoot for Raid Shadow Legends. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Let's go look at my Raid Shadow Legends. Let's go look at my Raid Shadow Legends content. Fucking dumb. No, I've seen a lot of people that have been like not happy about like content creators specifically when it comes to some of these different discussions around Dragon's Dogma 2. I've seen you know, I don't know, like there's takes in general that I disagree with, you know what I mean? Like even other creators' takes that I disagree with. I saw like Fighting Cowboy, he had posted on Twitter saying like something along the lines of, you know, where's this tweet at? Yeah, he says, in 100 hours plus I've put into Dragon's Dogma 2, I haven't needed a single microtransaction. Character changes, camping gear, wake stones, rift crystals, port stones, etc. All the global, all this is obtained by just playing the game. Literally just play the game and you get all this stuff. And I responded back, not that people don't follow me on Twitter, so it's really not that big of a deal, but usually Twitter is just me yelling into an empty box, it feels like. But like in response, when I see people saying stuff like that, it's just like usefulness is not the problem. It's just the existence of it being in a single player $70 game. That's the reason why players are upset. And then I just say, I'm like, let's say it's stupid and it shouldn't be there, instead of saying it's stupid but you don't need it, so it's not a big deal. That's all I want. And I don't think that that's a hard ask. I don't think that's a hard ask, man. I really don't. I don't think that that's like a bad take to have. I think that that's like the most balanced milquetoast take you could have. You know what I mean? Like, it's just yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by something. I'm like, let me see here. See if there's anything else that I wanted to point out. Did I like some stuff? Did I click some articles or anything like that? Probably not. Didn't really prepare for a stream today. What up, Ultima D? Hello, Twitch. I'm slowly popping up. 17 viewers. Yeah, Twitch has been growing, man. Twitch has been growing slowly. It takes a while. Twitch takes a lot longer. If you're somebody that like wants to be a Night Rain, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. If you're somebody that wants to, like, I've seen way too many of my friends have tried to just like start on Twitch and they like stream every day, or they stream, you know, whatever, right? Like, know that for the most part, like, a lot of people don't really go to like watch gameplay. You know what I mean? And I just don't think like people really go to watch gameplay, to be honest. I think for the most part, like, people attach themselves to a personality. Like, not necessarily sometimes in a negative way, but not always in a negative way. And basically, like, what ends up happening is that like you have people that are there for the person more than they are for like the game that's being played. And I think far too often people are you caught the flu 2 days ago. So you're just playing the game. Yeah, it's tough playing the game. I was gonna use your pawn, Fonz, but you son of a bitch, you're not low. You're too low level. I've already. I think I just hit 20. If I'm not mistaken, maybe higher than that. I don't know. It is good though. Damien, totally. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. And also GC Dragon Warrior, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that, guys. But one of the things that I can definitely make as a major piece of advice to people that want to get into like streaming or whatever is that, like, specifically if like streaming's like the one thing that you want to do, my best piece of advice that I can give to you is just like do something other than streaming first. Because the problem is that like Twitch and even YouTube in a sense like aren't really designed for like live streaming discovery, and posting VODs to YouTube from Twitch doesn't have the exact same effect either. You have to do something to be able to like showcase who you are and why people would find you interesting to watch for, you know, hours on end. And I feel like too many people don't really come to that conclusion. They just see people, they're like, oh, this is just a regular guy playing video games. And they just kind of stick with that. They just don't really think anything past it. And it's a lot more than that, right? It's entertainment. You're supposed to be here, like, I'm here entertaining you. We're talking. Even though, like, I'm more talking at you, and then you're just, like, yelling into the ether, whether or not I catch it or not. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's something to it that I think that a lot of people kind of lose sight of. What's your pawn's name? Arizia. Arizia. I want to be able to edit her. I have a I got a book of Metamorphosis. I paid $49.99 for it. No, okay. I got a I have a book of Metamorphosis. I think it came with like the pre-ordered edition or something like that. And I just realized something. That one guy that came in here that was arguing earlier was talking about how like all of those items were stuff that was included with the DLC. I could still download more of them if I want. I could buy another book of Metamorphosis. It was still on there. Yeah, you can buy those books. You can buy them in game too. I know. You get where I'm coming from, though. Fonz? I would hope you are. I'd hope you get it. Arizia. Exactly. That's yeah. Arizia. Leaves me wondering if the game is made harder rather or not. I don't know. I mean, I've got clipped a couple times. I've died a couple times, but I've also found like a pretty good amount of wake stones, wake crystals. I'm not down for any microtransactions in a full price game. Attaboy. Attaboy. But you know, the funny thing is that like Fonz, like I've been talking about it in stream already, but it's like one of the things that like I'm exhausted of. I'm not even really mad that Dragon's Dogma 2 has microtransactions. I'm more mad that people are like forgiving it and trying to be like, yeah, but, and it's like, no, you suck. You suck. Stop. Stop doing that. You should just be like, yeah, it shouldn't be there. Just be done. Just like, you don't have to say, yeah, but it's fine because it's not a big deal. No, shut up. You suck. I do see these microtransactions as really stupid though, because it doesn't really help much if you just play the game. Yeah, but the problem is like the existence of them being there in the first place. Like it's so if the developer puts in microtransactions that don't make sense to you and I because we play the game, then chances are, you know what it is? It's there for the people that don't understand. And that makes it even worse in my eyes. That makes sense? You guys, what I'm coming from? You guys get where I'm going with that? Because if we're looking at it like this and we're saying, oh, well, these microtransactions aren't a big deal because, well, you know, I know that I can just play the game and get these things. That means that they're not made for me. They're made for the people that don't have that understanding. And that's even worse. I agree for that, but that's to fool a lot of people. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. They exist for a reason. Some people just want to play the game. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing too. Yeah. So you mean to say the limited edition comes with character customization kit, but with yes, it does come with a one-use copy. And you need to buy more to do it again. But you can buy the character creation stuff from the game as well. So it's not, or like in like at a vendor, like with game currency. Pretty sure you can use Rift Crystals if I'm not mistaken. It's there for the casual mobile gamers. God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's cheap too, like 400 and 500. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and that's kind of the point. Like for folks like that, for folks like us that have played the game and understand the game, we know and we can recognize like, yeah, you can get all this stuff in game. I've found, I don't even know how many weight crystals already. I haven't found a port crystal yet though. Like I found like the broken ones where you can like activate them. I found a couple of those, but I haven't actually like found a personal like set weight crystal or port crystal yet. Though I haven't really found very many fairy stones either, to be fair. But that stuff is there for the people that don't have that context and don't understand that. It's there to take advantage of the people that don't understand. Simple as that. Do people really think gamers are so dumb and rabid for microtransactions that they'll just buy anything in the slightest existence of it? I think that's also probably what it kind of comes down to, is that I think that a lot of people that are looking at the microtransactions that are getting really angry about it, as well as the people that are trying to like not pseudo defend it. I think both of those parties see microtransactions as this thing that people are rapidly buying and not really understanding who that stuff is actually meant for in the first place. They don't realize that it may not be meant for them, and because they lack empathy, they can't really figure out, you know, why exactly it's a bad thing or even really how to voice their opinion on it. I found 3 fairy stones. You need to go TP those port crystals. So anyone buying is just going to be disappointed that they can't use them. Yeah. Night Rain, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Did I say something you liked? Every time somebody subs, I'm like, I said the right thing? Let me just write that down real quick. Splice with the 64-bit says, I'm kind of tired of AAA games showing such a blatant disrespect for their players. Feels like there is zero gratitude or respect for the customer. Yeah, of course there is. Fucking no shit, Splice. Duh. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care about us. They don't care about... The only thing that they care about is whether or not we buy the game. And to be honest with you, like, they wouldn't even care. Like, the companies themselves wouldn't care about how great a game was. Like, they recognize they have to make something fun and interesting for people to buy. So that's the reason why many of these developers have jobs in the first place. If they could just shovel out crap, that's exactly what they would do. That's exactly what they would do. You've been saying the right thing since you started the stream, my friend. Thanks. Yeah. What is this? I don't think people are defending microtransactions' poor performance. They just share facts as response to fallacy. What? I don't know what that means. Fallacy to what? Bro, how many monitors do you have? Don't lie. I have 2. I couldn't imagine. So, like, I wouldn't mind having a 3rd. But so my future setup that I want, because like right now, you guys can't really see it. Maybe I can zoom out and show you. So my setup that I have, like, I'm in my living room. You can't really see it over there because I can't really turn it, but like my couch is over here, right? Like my couch is over here and my TV's up against that wall over there. My front door is literally right here. And then I have my computer here. I don't have like a ton of room at this apartment. So like my I would like to be able to have a dedicated room for my like PC setup, gaming setup and whatnot, where I would almost kind of like it where the desk was how would I say this? So like here I am at my desk, and then on the other side of my desk is my couch, with my couch like backed up to the desk, and then a TV in the background. Like a TV like way off on the wall in the background. So then that way I could like, you know, just stream games straight to the TV and stuff like that. And I could also put like whatever else I wanted up there as well. So say like you know, maybe we're doing reacts, stuff like that. I can like react and it's just like off in the background like that. So I can just like look up like that. You know what I mean? Clean, cozy, want to trade? No, not really. I've seen so many people lying about the producer making travel difficulty intentionally for charge for travel. Yeah. So, Yamil, notice hold on. Yamil, are you trying? You're not saying that I did, right? You're not saying that I did. You're saying that you've seen other people do it, right? Because in my video, I specifically said that, you know, it's not hard for the consumer to come to the conclusion that they made fast travel difficult to sell a fast travel point, right? Even though that might not be the case. And probably that's not what the case is. Chances are what it is that Hideki Itsuno. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I'm usually, I try to be careful with my language because I don't want people, like, one of the hardest things to do is when you're trying to communicate a point and is like trying to make sure that you communicate in a way that it can't get misconstrued. And yeah, like that was something that I was kind of worried about with this last video, was like, I hope people don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. Because, like, chances are, if I had to really picture what it is that I guarantee this is what happened. Hideki Itsuno comes out and he does an interview, right? And it goes onto the headlines, make travel fun, don't make it boring. Hideki Itsuno, limited fast travel, Dragon's Dogma 2. Meanwhile, the product people over at Capcom see that and they're like, limited fast travel. Why don't we put one of those port crystals in the microtransactions list? Right? Like something completely out of his control. Like he's a director. So there's like different levels of management, and you can recognize that like a director doesn't have nearly as much control over like the final end product, like the packaged product. So I'm talking like box art, marketing, additional add-ons, sales, bundles, all that stuff. Directors don't have a say on that kind of stuff normally. Producers do. So the producer definitely would have had their hand in that whole situation. I think a really good example of a producer that does a really good job at backing up their game. Yoshi P's not the director; he's the producer. Producers have access to that kind of pushback. Not to say that they're the ones that can make the end decision, but I think a really good example of this is somebody like Naoki Yoshida, who back when I mean they still kind of do, but back when Square Enix was like NFTs, Web3, crypto, Naoki Yoshida put out a statement saying there would be no NFTs in Final Fantasy XIV. He has the power to do stuff like that. He has the influence to be able to do something like that. Plus, I'm pretty sure they'd follow whatever that guy says anyway. I mean, when you can resurrect a game like I played Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Like my friends had bought it. I played it over at their house when they first got the MMO, and it was fucking horrendous. The fact that you could resurrect a game like that the way that they did is just that's wild. NFTs are the future of gaming. NFT stands for not fucking true. Say psych right now. Yeah. I like how my podcast co-host is in the chat just being an actual troll. How do you feel about Guild Wars 2? Cody, I'm just waiting. Okay, I'm just waiting for the day where I go and play it, and then I make a video about, so I played Guild Wars 2, and then it gets like 700,000 views. So I'll be doing it one day. I'll be doing it one day. If you're not swiping every day, are you truly gaming? No, you're not. What's up, Wolf? I'll be watching it. Yeah. Oh my god. Guild Wars 2 is stupid fun. Yes, I know, chat. I know. You guys tell me this. I've seen the videos. I've seen people talk about it. I just have to figure out exactly how to farm it, okay? When the content drought comes, I go to play Guild Wars 2. What else do I need to play? How do you feel? Shut up, fonts. I go, yeah, when the content drop comes, I go to play Guild Wars 2, and then maybe what's another one? I think there's something else too that I can play. Do you know what else I really need to play at one point? Soon, I think. I'll do Deep Rock Galactic. I haven't played that ever. I've never played it. I don't know anything about it. Not a thing. Club Penguin. RuneScape? I've never played RuneScape either, actually. Outward? Titan Quest has your attention? When's Titan Quest 2 come out? Wizards 101? Shut up. There's a Barbie game in the works? Like Barbie MMO? Barbie MMO? That'd be sick. Fucking sick. Imagine the transmogs. Wizards 101, let's go. Oh my god. Oh man. Let's look at some stupid shit. Oh, where's my camera? I'm back. Oh, my camera's out of... There we go. We're centered. Semi-centered, at the very least. So, Dragon's Dogma 2. What is the Steamy DB? God damn. Look at motherfucker, keep going. That's I'm sorry. The thing is that like if you were to ask me what do you think the like I think that this is actually what their baseline will probably be when things kind of calm down a little bit, if they do. But man, they are just crushing it with retention. I'm sorry if you're somebody that thinks that the game is supposed to be here, or and because the game doesn't sit at 400,000 or 370,000 players, that you think the game is dying because it's down here. You're out of your mind. You have no idea how live service games work, how player retention works, or anything like that. Helldivers 2 is also back on top #1 of selling, as it should be. The king shall reign for the Imperium of Man. Yikes. Yikes. Facts, Helldivers 2 is my game of the year. I'm withholding. I think it's going to be Helldivers 2 for me already. Maybe. If not Helldivers 2, then maybe it ends up being Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Or maybe Diablo 4's expansion. Guys, listen. I heard the new update is good. Yeah, I'll be like I do actually. I want to give my thoughts on the Diablo 4 stuff. I'll talk about that here in a bit. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is yours. I really like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The problem is that like I have like the problem is that like too many like the issue with console exclusive games is that they get wrapped up in console exclusive discussions. And commercially, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth would be a bigger success and a bigger deal if it was released on PC day and date, but it wasn't. And Black Myth Wukong. That's what I meant. Sorry. Black Myth Wukong. Sorry, Fonz. I got it sounds similar. Wukong, Wolong, Wukong. Come on. So like one of the reasons why you don't see like a lot of people talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth isn't because it's not a bad game. It's just because it's not multi-platform, and it's also because it's, you know, it didn't have day and date with PC. If it did, it would be a oh shit, Elden Ring DLC actually very well could be a game of the year. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and it wouldn't, because remember Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty got a nomination. Yeah, I actually think that I think that there's a really good chance that that could happen, to be honest with you. Do you think that the can't restart or make second Dragon's Dogma 2 was because microtransactions related to character customization? I don't think so, because you can get a lot of that stuff in game regardless. I think that the microtransactions part was a decision made outside of the scope of the game. And they did pick things. Here's the funny thing is, outside of Rift Crystals, they did pick things that are uncommon. It's not like they picked the most common items in the game. They did pick things that, you know, you don't find a ton of. You know what I mean? Like, you don't find constantly. So, but I do think that those decisions were made outside of the scope of like the game's development. I don't think that monetization was designed with Dragon's Dogma 2, not in the slightest. Any thoughts on the Fallout television series? Fairy stones are everywhere. I've played for like 20 hours. I've only found fucking 2. Maybe I suck. I don't know. Maybe, see, that's what the microtransactions are fucking, that's who they're made for. They're made for people like me that suck. I have so many wake stones that I'm selling them. I don't, because I'm resurrecting people that I kill because they piss me off. No, I'm not saying fairy stones. We're not selling fairy stones. That's what I'm talking about. I haven't found a keep wanting to call them lodestones. I don't know why. Whatever it is. I don't know. I'm exhausted by that conversation though. Actually, you know what the funny thing is with Dragon's Dogma 2? My first wake stone that I used was I got this quest that I'm not going to explain. I don't want to spoil it for anybody or anything like that. But I got this quest and I had to do something with this NPC, and I thought I had to fight him, and he attacked me, so I fought him. And there's something that's supposed to happen that interrupts the fight, and they take that guy away. But that thing didn't trigger where that guy was, where that was supposed to get interrupted, and I just straight up murdered that guy. I ruined his day, his life, his entire life. Just shit on him. Especially because like I'm playing fighter. I'm trying to max the fighter vocation first, and I have that stab move. I forgot what it's called, but it's like the one where you just like dive on top of them and stab, and you're just like, and like, and I never stopped. So after that, the quest was just there. Like, there was nothing for me to do, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, is something else supposed to happen? So then I was like thinking to myself, I'm like, what can I do? And I'm like, oh wait, that's right. You can go to the morgue and you can resurrect people that you killed. I'm like, maybe that guy's there. Sure enough, he's there. I resurrect him, and it triggers the cutscene. No shit. I resurrect him, and he goes, oh, well, thanks, I guess. And then he goes to like turn away, and they're like, you're under arrest. I was like, such jank. such jank, but it was funny. I liked it. Game of the year material right there. Yeah. Unironically, yeah. Did Monster Hunter World charge for changing appearance? Yeah, Monster Hunter World was really shit with that, to be honest. I'm actually really surprised Monster Hunter didn't get more backlash because they tied monetization to what is it called? The transmog system. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head right now. Layered equipment. That's what it is. Layered equipment. They tied it to layered equipment, which is just like, bro, like swag is a major part, a huge part of Monster Hunter. I'm so surprised people didn't push back harder about that, especially because in my eyes, it's not even in my eyes. It's the truth. Monster Hunter is bigger than Dragon's Dogma. It's bigger than any of theirs. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a 227k player game. It is. It's not a single player game anymore. It's not a single player game anymore. It's killing it though. It's doing good. It's doing good. I think genuinely I do believe that I think that the general consensus of opinion is going to cool down after this week, and then the next week and week after that you're just going to see people talking positively about Dragon's Dogma 2, which is fine. It's a good game, but they do need to actually push out these fixes. And you know what the funny thing is, we were talking, like, some people are like talking about my video and stuff. Nobody pointed out that the Dragon's Dogma 2 response, the response on Steam, the response on Steam was the exact same copied and pasted response that they gave to IGN before the game came out. Yeah, 1.6. What did they add? What did they add to Stardew Valley? I haven't played Stardew Valley in a long time. Why is it so bright? Added new festivals and events. The Desert Festival is a three-day event in spring that can be accessed from the bust right after it's repaired. Two mini fishing festivals, Trout Derby and Squid Fest. A new environmental event in summer. Interesting. Added a mastery system accessed via a new area, which grants powerful perks and items. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Added a new farm type, Meadowlands Farm. It has chewy blue grass that animals love. You also start with a coop and 2 chickens. That's busted. That is busted. That's actually gross. Added new NPC dialogues that includes custom gift reactions, dynamic dialogues, custom flower dance. Restore, okay, that's whatever. You can now get multiple pets. That's awesome. After getting max hearts with your starter pet, that's cool. Added a world map for Ginger Island. The world map now shows your actual position. This is kind of like bugs, or not bugfisted stuff. NPCs now have winter outfits. This kind of whatever. The bookseller now comes to town twice a season. Added new items. Big chest, which almost doubles the size of the regular chest. Ooh. Dehydrator, which converts fruits into dried fruits and mushrooms into dried mushrooms. That's cool. Mushroom logs. That's cool. So a bunch of like new unique items, 19 unique books of power, it grants special perks. That's cool. Wow, they added a lot of stuff. They added a lot of stuff. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to go back and play some Stardew Valley. Maybe I have to go back and play some Stardew. Why is my mouse like accelerated so fast? Where's my thing at? There we go. What the fuck's up? I'm like, stop it. Fucking Razer. I need LG to sponsor me. Yeah, port crystals and those books you can't buy. Yeah, you can't buy port crystals, no. Pre-made response, they were prepared for the shitstorm that happened after. That means that IGN and devs were aware of all the issues. Maybe. I mean, the devs obviously for sure. I mean, for them to 200K for an 8-year-old game is insane. Yeah, it actually really is. It actually really is. I don't know why my chat box is like turned on for some reason. Wait, they took down Port Crystal? What? Did they? No, it's still there. Port Crystal can't even use for a while. Yeah. It's just one of those things. Like, they just shouldn't have done it. They just shouldn't have done it. Simple as that. What did he say? This is entirely correct. As a developer, I've seen many times throughout my career limited in-game functionality or access to items and features specifically to sell them back to the player. If you've grown up in this environment, you likely don't understand how bad it's really gotten. The last generation got all of these features with the game, not as add-ons that we pay for now. Yeah, and like, well, this doesn't like really like. The thing is, you know what I want to say like Force Gaming or somebody like that brought it up, but like one of the things that people pointed out was like getting the original soundtrack from Dragon's Dogma 1. You can get some of the original soundtracks, but you have to pay for that, or you got it with the pre-order edition. And it's just like, that should have just been something cool that you could have unlocked in game. You know what I mean? It could have just been something you could have unlocked in game. You have to earn the right to monetize. I fucking love that, right? ASMR biz here, maybe. Do you want it to be ASMR? I could do that. Someone muted you. Huh? What'd you say? The people that partake in microtransactions are hurting everyone else, but also spend your money how you want. I don't have a fix for this. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, I'll try to like I hate to say it, but like microtransactions, like the onus is actually on the publishers and developers, because it's pretty obvious that like consumers can't really control themselves. And also on top of that, like realize that like with gaming specifically, like boycotting doesn't work either. Like when we say things like vote with your wallet, in my opinion, isn't necessarily like boycott products or anything like that. It's buy the things that are good. That's it. Buy the things that are good. And not necessarily boycott, but like try to do your best to stay away from some of the more like commercialized stuff. So give you guys an example. I don't buy Call of Duty anymore. I didn't buy Battlefield 2042. I didn't buy you know, I have, you know, no interest in playing Spider-Man. To be honest with you, most of like PlayStation's flagship titles, I'm not really into either for the most part. Most first-person shooters, competitive shooters, I'm, you know, nah, I'm good. I don't really give a lot of time to I don't give a lot of time to free-to-play games. I stopped pre-ordering games. I haven't pre-ordered a game. The only game that I've pre-ordered in the last couple of years was I didn't know. I'm not going to pre-order Shadow of the Erdtree. I'll wait. I mean, for all we know, it could release and Capcom could, or not Capcom, but FromSoft could uncover the same issue that Elden Ring had at launch. You know what I mean? So like, I'll give it a day, or something like that. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll probably buy it day one, but I'll wait and see other people play it first, if that makes any sense. But yeah, it's one of those things, like the onus is actually on the companies to make better decisions, to make products that are more ethical for people. You know what I mean? Because realize that like on a independent level, we don't really have a whole lot of control. This is like one of the reasons why not ESG, but like it's the reason why like companies have like, why there's controls by government in place to begin with, because the people themselves don't necessarily have the power to change things on their own. And sometimes you have to have guardrails in place. Otherwise, companies will just do whatever they can to try to profit, right? This is one of the reasons why like companies used to dump a lot of like toxic waste and stuff like that all the time. But obviously, I mean, there still is some of that, but it, you know, it's not nearly as blatant as it used to be. You know what I mean? So, another really good example of this, I think, is like loot boxes as an example. We don't see nearly as many games that have loot boxes anymore. While there are some that do every once in a while, most games don't have loot boxes. And the reason why is because there are countries that have banned loot boxes, just outright banned them. The Netherlands did it. And, you know, when you start having a couple of countries that stand up to put in guardrails in place to protect consumers, then the rest of the industry has to respond to it, because they don't want to make games that they have to that they can't sell in one place, or they have to make a different version of for that country, if that makes any sense. While like we can't necessarily put all the onus on the consumer to be able to change things on their own, because they can't, you know what I mean? Like they can't not on their own. That's not to say that consumers shouldn't have self-control. They should, but I can't soapbox and tell people how to spend their money. That's stupid. That's a waste of time. It's a waste of time for me to do to try to do something like that. Why'd you send me a voice message, Fonz? What does this say? Let's see here. The other. This is actually just more of a personal note for me to bring up more than anything else. But just as a rant, just as something else to kind of pivot to. So I recently said I've been down about Diablo 4 for a long time. I will say the latest changes show a major step in the right direction. Time will tell whether they can maintain the course, but I'm far less apathetic about the game going in. as you guys may have known, if you guys have watched any of my other videos, especially in regards to Diablo 4, I've been down on the game, man. I've been real down on it. I like there's just so many bad decisions that studio made that just made the game not fun. It just made the game not fun. You know what I mean? And especially when it comes to these companies that are even bigger, when you're looking at a company like Blizzard, like they're just really bad at being able to make changes fast enough to be able to make games more interesting, more fun, more playable. You know what I mean? And dev skill issue. I actually think it's more of a management issue when it comes to Diablo and Blizzard more than anything else. I'm sure they have talented developers. Believing otherwise would be a little bit ridiculous. I mean, look at some of the things that they can do. You know what I mean? There's some stuff that they do that's genuinely really good, but sometimes it just doesn't all come together the way that it needs to. And this is the first time that I've seen with all of their this is the first time that I've seen with any of their patches that the game is actually taking a step in the right direction to make a game that actually suits all players. And that's good. That's good. Season 4 will not save it. It's dead and done. And here's the funny thing. You can't kill what's already dead. You can't kill what's already dead. Diablo 4 is already like in the dirt, right? So to be honest, do I think like there's a couple things that can happen. One, you could see a lot of popular content creators and people's opinions start to shift and become more positive about Diablo 4, which will attract players to give it another shot, and then maybe they find out they like it. But at the exact same time, the other thing is that I do not think that the patches are going to bring Diablo 4 back up to what I would like think would be a competitive ground with probably even Last Epoch, to be honest with you. The issue is that we can't really tell exactly what we can't even know how many people are even playing Diablo 4 to begin with anyway. I always have people that like want to disagree with some of my opinions on Diablo 4, and they're like, "You're so wrong. There's 6 million people that are playing it right now." I'm like, wait a minute, is this it? Diablo 4 is actually the most played video game in existence. What are you talking like? And it's because they use like player.io or some like stupid ass website that has completely fake numbers. And but I don't think like patches are going to be able to bring a game like that back. The only thing that's going to be able to bring it back, and I hate to say it like this because this is like it's so shit that this is how games are, an expansion. I think that if they overhaul the itemization and they make the fixes necessary, that when the expansion comes, as long as the expansion delivers, a better experience, that is a revival point in itself. Because as dumb as it is, people are going to be attracted to making another purchase, and they're going to make the purchase. I'm just going to be real. You know what I mean? I'm not going to pretend like reality doesn't exist out there. Like people are going to buy the Diablo 4 expansion. People are going to buy the Diablo 4 expansion. It's just going to happen. Didn't an indie dev drop a game that pooped on it? Yep, sure did. Last Epoch smashed, man. And I think, to be honest with you, let's look at that. Steam.db. Steam.db. I don't even need Steam.db. Take a peek at this. Last Epoch, first 30 days after its release, total travelers, 2.1 million players. Peak concurrent users, 264,708. The most played mastery was Falconer, Warlock, Necro. Really? People really played Necro, huh? I really liked Warlock. Warlock was a lot of fun. I really liked Warlock. Last Epoch was fire. Stoked for their updates. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is that I think that what like players really like about last Epoch specifically is that it's a new game that shows promise, and it's people that we recognize actually really love the genre. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be honest, Dragon's Dogma Fire just needs better performance. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma is really good. It's a good game. Capcom charging money unless you get items anyway is not a defense. Purchasable gatekeep it behind gameplay instead of microtransactions. They have themselves a potential player. Yeah. Do you know what? Sloth Cat Gaming. No issues on PS5. I posted a comment. I posted a like screenshot in my Discord because I started seeing comments like that pop up. And it's super fucking funny because there'd be like there's like one guy that says playing on PlayStation 5, no problems. Next guy, playing on PlayStation 5, game runs like shit. Playing on PlayStation 5, I haven't had any issues at all. Playing on PlayStation 5, the game crashes every 5 minutes. It's like the duality of gamers. The duality of gamers. And also the other thing is too is that like one of the things that I don't really like that we often do sometimes as players is that if it's not my problem, it's not a problem. If it's not my problem, it's not a problem. Game works for me. Stop talking about it. Stop being mad. It works for me. I don't care that it doesn't work for you. Stop being mad that it doesn't work for you. Be happy that it works for me. It's like, who gives a shit if it works for you? You know what I mean? Conversely, if it's a problem for me, it should be for you. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Boy, most boys critical stream of Dragon's Dogma 2 is so hard to watch. Do creds 10 times in 2 hours. That's crazy. I just requested a refund on Steam. Performance isn't good. I do have a PS5. Afraid the performance won't be that much better. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, like for most people, like especially like it's one of those things that I said before. If performance is an issue for you, if that's a major concern, then I would just wait. I would just wait until you see they put out patches, and you wait for that video that comes out that says Dragon's Dogma 2 is fixed. You know what I mean? That's what I would do personally, because like it's gonna happen. Like it's Capcom's best-selling game on Steam of all time right now, right? And honestly, the funny thing is, it could be even better and even bigger if none of these discussions were happening. That's the thing that's the whole reason why. You know, that's the whole reason I made that video in the first place. And that's that one line that I said in the video specifically, where I said, hey, you know, sure, the microtransactions aren't a big deal. And yes, most likely the performance is going to get fixed. But why not just release a game with no bullshit, drop an absolute banger, and just let them go wild? That's the thing that like blows my mind, where it's like, yes, the game, like you knew that you had a success on your hands. You already had massive amounts of pre-orders. You had a ton of buzz, a ton of excitement. You knew the game was going to sell well. Why not release the game with no bullshit? You know what I mean? Like just release it with no bullshit and then bam. There's a really good chance, like who's to say the game wouldn't be at like 450,000 players active on Steam right now? You know what I mean? Like look at what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. Like the game dropped, people heard everybody talking positively about it. No microtransactions. Everything you do matters in the game. There's a whole lot of things that the same thing could have been said about this game that would have been driving the sales even harder than what the sales would be. But I feel like this is one of those situations where, like, it was so unnecessary for them to make these decisions that I 100% agree with the players. Yeah, you don't need any of that stuff. You don't need to get it. But the fact that it's there is the issue. Like, you shouldn't have done that. Just leave it out. Like, who knows how many more copies of the game could sell because players wouldn't be having, you know, there wouldn't have to be a question, especially when we're talking about performance issues. Oh, there is nothing that there is nothing like, I would imagine everybody here has waited to buy a game because they heard from a couple of friends or a couple of other people that the game wasn't working right. And they're like, I'll just wait a couple weeks for the game to start working right. I have so many friends do that with Cyberpunk, Diablo 4, a ton of other games. You know what I mean? Where they're like, I'm just going to wait until the game's working before I buy it. And it's like, and instead, you could have ended your fiscal year, son of a bitch. You could have ended your fiscal year by just just absolutely smashing. You know what I mean? I want to know who buys some red orbs in Devil May Cry. Who the fuck would do that? I don't know. That one always that one made me scratch my head. I remember seeing that and I'm just like I mean, I guess if you wanted to just like buy all the best moves in the game or something like that immediately. Sure. Elon Musk would. Yeah, chances are. I mean, here's the thing. If I was uber rich, I would tell you guys, you need to suck it up. Microtransactions are great. And you guys need to play Diablo Immortal with me. You already do say that. Yeah, okay. 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 Is that crazy that you can like immediately like I see like X-Men 97 I don't know. I'll have to see what like but like you like immediately like can hear the theme song in the back of your head the minute that you see like the images. Aspen says he's rich and still wouldn't pay for microtransactions. Then again, he doesn't pay for a new shirt either. Yeah, no, I don't know. Amen on your video, Mr. Legendary. Thanks for the pre-warning. Not buying it instantly. Yeah. Yeah, do you have any idea how many? Yeah. So one of the things that I didn't realize is that like I made that last like not this video, the one before that. And I was like, hey guys, just want to let you know, like I'm seeing like a common thread where a lot of reviewers are talking about how the game has really bad performance. If performance is something that is a deal breaker for you, maybe just wait like a day just to make sure that the game is working right before buying the game. That's all I made the video for. Just like, hey guys, let you know. I'm seeing a common thread here of people saying that there's some performance issues. I think that you should know about that in this one compiled video, just so that you don't. Just so that you don't run down the wrong path, right? And I had so many people that were like screaming in the comments, so angry, it's a bunch of angry boys. And then the day after that, I got a bunch of comments that were like, "This aged really well." I was like, "No shit." Like, it's the reason why you just take a day. Just take a day, man. Chill out. Okay. Um. Fuck off. Oh my god. Not all heroes wear capes. Not all heroes wear capes. It's so funny, dude. It's so funny. Like, and you know what the best part about this is that like, like they have like de novo and they have like anti-cheat software and all these things to try to make sure that their games can't get modded. But you know, as far as getting the mod up and running, you'll need Fluffy Mod Manager, the same mod manager used for other Capcom games like Resident Evil 4, Monster Hunter Rise, Devil May Cry. It seems relatively simple to set up. You can increase carry weight, remove weapon requirements for vocations. There's a weapon transmog tool in progress, and a fighter class running. Oh, transmog tool for the fighter class running. I thought they were gonna say they were gonna make a monk. I really wanted a monk class. I'm a monk enjoyer. Never push PC gamer to the brink for democracy. I'm trying to think. So when it comes to so something that I saw recently that I thought was really interesting was I don't think I saved anything for this. Let me see if I can find something for it. Yeah, so here's this, right? So Kotaku editor-in-chief departs as site begins to focus on guide writing. On the afternoon of March 21st, 2024, Kotaku editor-in-charge or editor-in-chief Jen Glennon took to Twitter to announce that she would be parting ways with the gaming media outlet Kotaku, stating in her tweet that Jim Spanfeller is an herb. As reported by Aftermath and retweeted by Glennon, the reason for Glennon's departure as editor-in-chief has to do with the change in focus for the site. The management for Kotaku will be prioritizing game guides over news pieces in the future. According to Aftermath, the remaining staff at Kotaku will now be expected to write an outrageous 50 guides a week. The site will also be adding new games tips and guides widget, despite objections from both staff and writers. As tweeted by Nathan Grayson, writer of Aftermath article, this is a management choice that was made by Geo Media and forced onto Kotaku. A near impossible task for the site's small staff of writers, a task that none of them had signed up for when hired by the website. What else here? The decision by Geo Media to pivot from Kotaku writing guides becomes even more baffling when one considers recent changes to Google's search algorithm, which has made sites that video game guides be pushed to readers less, vastly limiting the potential of this new approach. To make this change in editorial edict somehow more baffling, Glennon would reply to questions about the requested of Kotaku writers, saying that they would be asked to write guides for games nearly a decade old. In a tweet, Glennon replied to Tamur Hussein, editor for GameSpot, about how he suspected that the current change in direction for Kotaku would lead to AI written guides to slip in. The editor-in-chief stated, "My suspicion as well." From both a reader's perspective and a business perspective, this decision by Geo Media makes very little sense as a bad direction for Kotaku to take Kotaku in. Sorry. One can only hope that the writers currently on staff can handle the work given to them until a decision is reversed and they can find another site to work for. All I can say is based Geo Media. Based Geo Media. You want to know the reason why? You want to know the reason why this is happening? Especially because the thing is that like even they recognize, well, the Google algorithm supports pushing what? What kind of content does Kotaku usually post? Here's the thing. This is what I find really interesting about this. So, like if we actually go to, oh my God, I can't believe if we actually go to Kotaku, right? This is the quality content apparently that they have been posting. Will Smith's zombie game no one has ever heard of bombs. GTA 6 production reportedly falling behind. Rockstar urges staff to return to office to avoid delay. Massive Pokemon fan game site was taken down. Dragon's Dogma 2. So, like, I mean, they're covering basically the same things for the most part that many other places are, but at the same time, they have they prioritize some really clickbaity stuff relatively often. And one of the articles that I know that they posted, I want to say it was like last week. Let me see if I can find it. So one of the things that the editor-in-chief that got let go brought up was that they were upset because they had just published one of the most popular read or clicked on articles that they produced in a long time, right? And that article was Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does. No one company is forcing diversity into all of your video games. And basically in this, they kind of go into talking about how they think that this is like some kind of like coordinated campaign. They talk about... Bam, there it is. How could I have guessed if I just typed in far right, it would pop up? How could I have guessed if I just typed in far right, it would just pop up immediately? Yeah. So like they're like termed coined by member, like so like they immediately direct this to be something that it's actually not in the first place. You know what I mean? And this is the kind of content that apparently they want they want people to defend them for. Guys, they're trying to get us to stop writing stuff like this and make guides instead. And it's just like, that's kind of crazy. Are you trying to tell me that some editors are you trying to tell me that the company that runs Kotaku or owns Kotaku wants Kotaku to start writing about video games and start playing video games? You tell me they want you to start playing video games? Ooh. Rough. That's rough. And don't get me wrong, the demand of like 50 guides a week or whatever. I mean, I don't know how many writers they have, but like sure, I guess like the demands could be like too high for the guides and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But the pivot to 50 guides a week is insane. It for sure is. But you know what it's probably there for? It's probably to try to so sometimes companies will do things like, instead of like silent hiring or silent quitting, it's silent firing. You know what I mean? So it's like drive away the authors, of course. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's there to do. That's exactly what it's there to do. The ones that write these nonsensical articles. Exactly. Yeah, it's put in a position in which where it's just like, oh, because here's the thing at the end of the day. Like they're probably looking at this from the perspective of how they just want like maybe they just want certain writers gone or something like that. Maybe, I don't know. I need to head out. Thanks for the entertainment. Catch you next time. See you, Knight. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, shake up the writers. Yeah, I think that's kind of what this kind of all comes down to. I think that they're trying to do, like, because here's the thing. At this point, Kotaku would have to rebrand. Kotaku needs to rebrand, to be honest with you. The problem is their name's ruined. Their name's ruined. Like, let's be real. If you polled the majority of players, like how many of you guys read Kotaku, the vast majority of people wouldn't wouldn't say that they read them, and probably wouldn't say that they respect them or their writers. Yeah, brand is beyond damaged. Yeah, they've ruined their reputation over the years because they've because the funny thing is that like one of the things that I always find like really weird when it comes to Kotaku specifically is that it's like and like obviously like you have to tell the people no sometimes, and you also have to have like, you know, I do it here, right? Like sometimes people will push back against me in my opinions, and then I have to stand stalwart in my opinions, lay them out, and then we also have to find a middle ground where sometimes we're just going to disagree with each other because we're different people and we have different views on things and different views on life, and it's okay. Like that's fine. That's fine if you think a certain way and I think a different way. There's nothing wrong with that. That's completely natural, and not everybody has to think like you or I or anything like that. But at the same time, it does feel really weird when you have a, you know, rage bait click farmer that is supposed to be positioning its content for, you know, for people that care about things that are happening in video games, but you also want to make articles that are like chastising gamers and the concerns of gamers. You know what I mean? Like you're all about making articles about how, like gaming extremists and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's so much just weird, like, what do you, like, yeah. They're activists, not journalists. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Not a lot of people do, actually. But you just saw yourself that not most of what they write, that's not what most they write about. So I don't think it's I don't think it really, like, I get where you're coming from, because like we just looked at like some of their top headlines there, and like not a lot of it was like rage bait click farming. But the thing is that is generally what they're known for. So like you can put out, here's the thing, I think this is probably the better way to think about it. It's when your most popular content is that kind of content, which is the truth. The same thing goes for Polygon, right? Polygon has the exact same kind of model, where they're still covering like general industry stuff like IGN, like PC Gamer, but at the exact same time, their most popular articles are the ones that are not that, because they know what they're doing, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, most shared because it's inflammatory. Exactly. So the thing is that you're gonna have some of these companies that probably want to make a shakeup. And here's the thing: I'm gonna tell you guys something crazy. I'm gonna tell you something a little wild. I think that we're actually gonna be looking at a pretty major shift, a pretty major shakeup that's gonna be coming into the video game industry because of a couple like recent trends that have started over the last few years and have kind of been building up steam more than anything else. I think one of them is definitely like the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff and all that stuff, where players just don't want to have games. Players just want to have games that just have good characters. It has nothing to do with like, you know, representation, diversity, or anything like that. Just make good characters and good stories. The problem is that you have a lot of writers that are out there that are getting involved with this like ESG stuff and things like that are just bad writers. It's not the fact that the games are diverse or inclusive. No, it's just that they're bad at writing, and they're bad at making a game that's diverse and inclusive, but also a good story with good characters. That's what the problem is. It's the that's it. That's all it is. So you have players that are pushing back against that kind of stuff, which means that you have developers that are recognizing that that kind of content isn't selling, isn't making money, and also is leading to their other games, their future games, not selling as many copies. You add on top of that the fact that you have you add on top of the fact that you have a considerable amount of consumers that are starting to shift their bias away from commercial products that have been regular in the industry for a really long time. Like, let's say, like, even though like your Call of Duty, your Battlefield, your Diablo, Spooderman, all that kind of stuff, like, even though those games still sell, they're starting to not make as much money because more gamers are starting to switch to products that are more in line with what they're looking for or with what they want. So a really good example of this is like, you can even say, okay, Suicide Squad, right? So say you have a game like Suicide Squad that comes out, but then Last Epoch gets, 2 million, like, sells over 2 million copies and has, over 270,000 players play concurrently, when the game gets released. You have games that are being made by AAA companies that are spending far more money with far more people. And then you have these other companies that are making products that are far more positioned to be in line with customers' interests, like the things that we actually care about in games, less microtransactions, a better gameplay, better stories, better experiences, less if it does have microtransactions, and it's like better like positioned monetization that's non-predatory. Pal World is a really good example of something. Helldivers 2 is a really good example of that. Baldur's Gate 3 was a really good example of that. You have these products that players are starting to shift their focus towards, and I think what a lot of people don't realize is that that's actually causing these other companies to lose money, and they're recognizing that. And at the end of the day, these studios are in business to make money. So, and journalism goes the same. So when they see that, they're like, hey, you know what? It looks like the consumer is starting to turn away from all of this noise. They want less of this. They want less of this shit. Well, we're going to start positioning ourselves to prepare for that. And I feel like changes like this with Kotaku, I think like changes that we're going to be seeing in games in the future with even AAA, we're going to see something relatively similar. I think that there is a general consumer shift that's going on, because like some of these smaller games are blowing up. I mean, like, try to keep in mind, like, yes, Baldur's Gate 3 is a AAA level game. It is a AAA game. They spent AAA money on it. They, put AAA effort into it from what our perspective of what AAA effort should be. It didn't have microtransactions. And it sold over 15 million copies. It sold more than... It probably sold more or as much as Diablo 4. It sold more than Spider-Man 2. It sold more than Alan Wake. Which, I mean, Alan Wake was still a good game too, though. But you get what I'm saying? So, like, you had... and they did it with less resources. They did it within budget. They did it for less money. And they made a better... And the key to success was just a good product. And that was it. I wonder where all the Capcom hate started, because as far as I know, they've made banger games, like the Resident Evil series, Monster Hunter series, Ace. Yeah, they make great games. They make great games. All those games are great. Dragon's Dogma 2 is great. But they still released the game with, you know, really garbage performance. It was obviously not necessarily ready for a day for its day one launch, and players are more than justified to be upset by that. It's not like we go, oh, but they made all these great games in the past. It's okay that they shit on us one time. Like, no, that's not how it works. They made great games. Yeah. Activision used to make great games. EA used to make great games. Where's all this EA and Activision hate coming from? I don't understand. Blizzard used to make great games. Where's all this Blizzard hate coming from? Yeah, criticism isn't hate. I think that's one of the problems too. That's why, like I even said, like, you're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna jump in to try to, like, defend Capcom and defend Dragon's Dogma 2. It has nothing to do with hating the company. Nobody's trying to kill your game. Nobody's trying to discount the successes of their past games or anything like that. All they're saying is that, hey, this product was released in an unacceptable state. We deserve the money that we paid. Like, we deserve the product. We deserve the level of service required for the money that we paid for the game, right? Even though Resident Evil, it's, yeah, like, but for like the fourth or fifth time today, I'm gonna say this: Parafrost. You don't have to make excuses. We can just say it shouldn't be there. That's it. It's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. There's nothing, like, the game itself is great. The game itself is great, but the game should have released in a better state, and we don't have to make excuses for microtransactions. Regardless if they were in other games, regardless if they were worse in other games, they're in this game, and it shouldn't be there. It's a $70 full-priced single-player title. It shouldn't be there. We can say, we don't, like I said it, I'm going to keep saying this before. I'm just going to pin the comment. There you go. Yeah, no, like, and that's the other thing too. Like, I'm playing Dragon's Dogma 2. I love Dragon's Dogma 2. I think it's a great game. I love playing it. It's a lot of fun, but it should have released in a better state, and it doesn't need to have microtransactions. I think that's a pretty, bam, there you go. Like, that's like, it's okay to have that opinion. I think that's fine to have that kind of opinion. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to, like, it's not about attacking a company. It's not about attacking a game or anything like that. It's not hate for whatever games, or it doesn't discount the experiences that we've had or the experiences that we're having. It's okay for customers to say that we like this, but this shouldn't be there and that shouldn't have happened. It's completely fine for us to say that. Oh, and it should have also released with a ability for us to be able to start a new save and have save files or stuff like that. I hate games that make an excuse for to include battle passes as a source of content, even if it's permanent. Okay, so you're talking about like Helldivers 2. But that's a live service game, not a single player game. So why does that matter right now? I am not from Brooklyn. I am not from the East Coast. I'll tell you that right now. Grace Watson think I'm in love. Oh man. Ugh. So where is that at? Crazy Terraria still puts out content years later with no battle pass. Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. So one of the things we talked about earlier in the stream, we were talking about microtransactions. We're talking about live service games and why, like, microtransactions make sense in the context of the game that we're playing, right? Because like certain games are going to require some extra level of money to be able to continue the future development of the game. And I think that Terraria is a really good example of a game that kind of exemplifies why that makes sense in the context of other games, right? So as an example, like Terraria is disgusting. One of the best games ever made. It's probably my number one favorite game of all time. Yes, even more than Baldur's Gate 3 somehow. It's just so damn good. It's just so damn good, right? So, the latest number that I can pull up right now is really just the one from the Wikipedia page, it looks like. But just from the Wikipedia page for Terraria, let's see if I can pull up my stream manager real quick here. Just from the wiki, by May of 2022, Terraria sold over 44.5 million copies of Terraria. Okay, that's a lot of copies. That's a shitload of games. That's a lot. That's huge, right? That's huge. Now, Relogic has 11 employees. So when you make this kind of money and you only have this many people, you really don't need to worry about having microtransactions or anything else to continue to make content for the game or anything like that while working on other titles, which they have been working on other stuff as well, right? So, yeah, like the scope of like how big your company is, how big your game is, and what kind of game it is what depends on like how that kind of works, right? So as an example, if we have a game like Helldivers 2, Helldivers 2 does have to have some other kind of monetization. So that would either be a monthly sub, or that they would have to downscale the amount of employees that they have to be able to make sure that they could pay those employees to further the development and the constant the live service of the game. And the thing is that in the case of Helldivers 2, it's actually a little bit more unique than other games, in my opinion, because they are actually doing stuff on like a day-to-day or like week-to-week basis. There's always something new that's happening in the game, and it's not scheduled content. It's actually like real-time operated, which is crazy, right? Like they do things like, you know, throw us random buffs on certain planets so we get an extra stratagem or something like that. They have major orders, minor orders. They you know, mess with players in games and stuff like that. And while they're doing that, they're continuing to maintain the game on a daily basis, which obviously some of that money is coming from the box price sales of that game, but that's only going to take you so far, right? That's only going to take you so far. And would you rather it that they don't have that like live day-to-day or week-to-week basis like content, and instead it would be like you know, we would just have a Helldivers 2 expansion in a couple years, you know what I mean? Or would you rather have the kind of service that they're providing? You know what I mean? So like certain, like the thing is that when it comes to live service games, there is a genuine purpose for microtransactions. However, that doesn't mean that they can just that they should just monetize it however they want to. I think that there's an ethical way to do it that makes it approachable for a wider audience, that makes it more digestible for the players, where we look at it as a way that we are genuinely supporting a game that we like playing. And then there's also a way where they just monetize the absolute crap out of it, and it just feels commercialized, you know, doesn't feel genuine, and it's grossly over what they actually need to make a profit and continue to operate the game. So I think a really good example of that would be like I mean, personally, I think that like I think Fortnite's monetization is actually pretty good. I don't think the game gets enough credit for it, because I do think the monetization in Fortnite's pretty solid. But Call of Duty, on the other hand, is not, right? Locking weapons behind a battle pass only to nerf the other weapons, right? So that like players are always like trying to get towards those new do you feel like Dragon's Dogma 2 is grossly monetized? No, that's not the conversation that we're having. It was just like it's just the difference of like live service games. Dragon's Dogma 2 is not grossly monetized. It's just, it doesn't need to be there. That's it. That's literally my only point that when it comes to like Dragon's Dogma 2 and like having DLC, it's not even my biggest concern. It doesn't need to be there. It's just something that's just so unnecessary and just didn't need to be there in the first place that, you know, what's the point of adding question marks to your game in the first place? That's why I pinned the comment. It shouldn't be there. We don't have to say it shouldn't be there, but it doesn't matter because we don't really need it. We don't need to say, but it doesn't matter because I can farm it in game. But it doesn't matter because I'm not actually going to use it. But it doesn't matter because they did it in other games. No, we can just say it doesn't need to be there. Wouldn't it be okay if not war bonds, but a monthly subscription instead, if you wanted to play it online? Here's the funny thing is that I would personally myself, I would totally pay a monthly subscription to play a game like Helldivers 2. But the problem is that when you put a monthly sub onto a game, your expectations for what kind of content they do goes higher. The level of service required goes higher. And that's a whole thing. You know what I mean? And also on top of that, I don't think that a first-person shooter would be adopted if it had a monthly sub. Yeah, subs also turn off new players. Yeah. I couldn't see somebody paying a monthly sub to play a first-person shooter. Then again, people play for Xbox Live and PlayStation Plus. That's still like one of the most things that like I do not understand how gamers do not push back against that stuff. I have no idea. I don't know how console owners don't like. I don't know. Like, you already pay for your internet. They don't even own the servers that they connect you to. You're playing off of the game servers. You're playing off of the servers that studio's game that studio owns. You're not playing off of Xbox's servers or PlayStation servers. In some cases you are, but that's usually with their own in-house games. That's why I moved from Xbox to PC. Yep, based. Can you explain what the goal is of Helldivers 2? Do you get bonuses from sort of liberating planets? Yeah, it's a curated campaign. It's like it's not necessarily like you get something, it's we get something altogether, if that makes sense. What's your most anticipated game this year? It's Dragon's Dogma 2. It's Dragon's Dogma 2. This is the one that I was looking forward to the most. Which, by the way, like, don't get it twisted. I love Dragon's Dogma 2. I love the game. I literally am actually tired of talking and I want to go play it, and that's what I'm going to do, is play it because I really enjoy the game and it's a lot of fun. And yeah. But I can also at the exact same time tell you guys that while I enjoy Dragon's Dogma 2 and I think it's an incredible game, it should have launched. It should have launched in a better state and it shouldn't have had the microtransactions. And I'm 100% allowed to say that. 100% allowed to have that point, have that stance. Just as anybody else is allowed to. Mostly because I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's what you get with the power of a microphone. That's what you get with the power of a microphone. 100% Dragon's Dogma 2 is awesome, just an unfortunate release. Yep. Play on Steam? Yep, I play on Steam. We fight for liberty. Manage democracy. Doesn't need rewards. Manage democracy doesn't reward you, traitor. Yeah, I mean, like, look what happened. We lost the last war. We lost a couple planets to the bugs, and now we can't even reproduce. You know? Who did that? I'm gonna blame Greg. Greg, I don't know if you did your part. Maybe you didn't do your part enough, and now we can't reproduce. How long do you think Helldivers 2 will remain fresh and fun until it becomes routine, and only core fans stay? That widely depends on what kind of, like, that widely depends on how fast and how much content Arrowhead Studios has in the background and what they can do to be able to, like, entice, like, players to keep coming back to the game, right? So, like, who knows? Like, they could. The crazy thing is that, like, with how they've managed the game so far, they could quite literally just throw us a curveball out of nowhere and be like, Earth is getting attacked. You need to go to Earth now and defend Earth. And it could be a completely different setting, something we haven't seen. There's fucking buildings and shit. You know, like, who knows, dude? Who knows what they do? You know, you know, now a new faction pops up out of nowhere. You know, basically giving us access to stratagems that we didn't have access to before. Like, there's all kinds of different things they can do. I think the best thing is with Helldivers 2 is that there's so much flexibility in what they can do, that they do have the opportunity to keep the game super fresh. You know what I mean? HD1 had urban combat. Helldivers 2 should too. Oh my gosh. That's gonna be sick. And there's a ton of things that were in Helldivers 1 that still aren't in Helldivers 2. We're talking vehicles, motorcycles, tanks, a shitload of other weapons, different kind of enemy types, bosses, completely different mission structures. There's a ton of stuff that's still not in Helldivers 2. And depending on how quickly they, you know, depending on, like, how they manage the, like, content cadence is going to depend on, like, how successful the game remains. Will the game remain at 300,000 players? No, probably not. I mean, Destiny on Steam only sits at like 40 or 60,000 players at a time, and that's arguably, I would say that Destiny probably would have a bigger draw than a game like Helldivers 2. But at the same time, who knows? Who knows? Maybe this just happens to be something where they just hit the sweet spot and people just really vibe with it and they just want to keep playing it. You know what I mean? So who knows? What are you running it on? 3080 FTW3 and a Ryzen 7 5800X. Hivelord corpses have been spotted. Yeah, I have a video where I actually showed off the Hivelord stuff. Become a Varen commissar before foreshadowing, much like the mechs. Yeah, exactly. So that's the other thing. That's the other thing too. Isn't Destiny another microtransaction simulator? Destiny's actually, like, a really good game, but it's just wrapped up in so much bullshit and like really poor monetization. Like, talk about like, you know, the funny thing is that you know, I think it has been Gold was the one that said it. You know, no. Like, I don't know where the fuck I'm getting this from, but basically the thing is that, like, not all microtransactions can make a game worse, right? Like, as an example, we can actually point at Dragon's Dogma 2. Do the microtransactions make the game worse? No, of course they don't. No, they have next to no effect whatsoever. They don't need to be there. They don't need to be there. They shouldn't be there, but they don't affect the game. But if we look at a game like Destiny 2, poor monetization can absolutely shit all over your game. And that game is very badly monetized. Mostly just because of like how they barred out content. I mean, they've quite literally like got rid of content. You know what I mean? Like they literally, bro, I had an expansion. It's gone. Which one was it? Curse of Osiris? Gone. Gone. Oh, you bought that? You paid for that? Sorry, it's gone now. Well, what do you mean I paid for it? Yeah, but it's gone now. But I paid for that. They're like, yeah, no, that doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's just so stupid. So dumb. Like, and the funny thing is that like at its core, and I would imagine anybody here that's played it, if anybody here has ever played Destiny 2, the gameplay is sick. The game looks good. It plays smooth. The combat feels fun. All the classes feel good. The weapons feel good. Everything in the game feels great to play. The game itself is fantastic, but the monetization is so shit that it ruins it all. It ruins it. More like Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Look out, guys. It's Rurikon the Shill. What's up, Rory? Oh, man. Rory, I'm sorry for you and some of the other guys who've been caught up in some absolute noise lately. Absolute noise. Let me send y'all a referral code. I need some shekels. I need to buy some rift crystals. I need to buy some rift crystals, man. Golly. Golly. Oh, you couldn't write it. Destiny 2 lost me when they started sunsetting content. Yeah, they lost a lot of people when they did that stuff. They lost me when they killed Cade 6. Rest in peace, Cade 6. Yeah, no, I mean, like, monetization can definitely ruin a game for sure. Like, some games it doesn't matter, other games it does. Obviously, you know, talking about Dragon's Dogma 2, I've said it, you know, 1,000 times already. It's not about, like, the monetization, it doesn't matter for Dragon's Dogma 2. It doesn't have any effect on the gameplay whatsoever. I recognize that. I think everybody can recognize that. But it just doesn't need to be there. That's kind of the reason why people are upset in the first place. $70 full price title. It's the last place you want to see this stuff. It's the last place you want to see it. Simple as that. Nobody wants to see that stuff. This is what happens when you deny applications for procreation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it really doesn't. Yeah, like I can recognize that it doesn't matter, and I think for like some odd reason, like really what it kind of comes down to is, players, like people that love games, ignore nuance because they like the game, and the bad PR they got from it is not worth it at all. Exactly. That's Rory, I don't know if you watched my video that I posted today, but that's exactly what it's really the point that I made. It's just one of those things where it's like, you guys had the opportunity here to just drop this game without any bullshit. You know, drop it where it doesn't have any performance issues. Drop it where it doesn't have microtransactions. Just be heralded as a GOAT. Follow the footsteps of, Larian Studios. And instead, you get a bunch of bad PR. Like, the funny thing is that genuinely, if all of this noise wasn't going on, they probably would have sold more. There probably would be more players on Steam specifically. We probably would see it up higher on Steam than it is. Helldivers 2 retook it already, which is crazy. Like, and that's the other thing too. Like when it comes to Helldivers 2, is that I see so many players that are like, because there's people that are like, oh man, Helldivers 2, it's like, it's like slowing down a little bit, but it's also like old players are getting replaced with new players. Like people are finishing content and the new players are buying the game. It's crazy how many cadets you actually see that are playing, like level 2s, anywhere between like level 2 and 5. Larian, Baldur's Gate 3 released absolutely broken, ridiculously so. What do you mean? Lamau. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't release absolutely broken. I think that people try to fixate on that a little bit too much. Baldur's Gate 3 late act 2. Act 2 is fine. Most of the issues for Baldur's Gate 3 were in it was Act 3. Act 3 was shit, but most players didn't make. By the time people started making it to Act 3 is when they were already starting to fix it, and that ended up being some like weird bug that was also like, you know, funny enough. But there was also a CPU bound issue where they had like, what was it? Your crimes are being like recommitted in the background by the CPU over and over and over again, or something like that. I forgot what it was. Not making any excuses for them, by the way. Like, yeah, they, you know, should have fixed the game and made sure that it had better. It should have been better optimized as well. But also at the exact same time, I think that players are more forgiving in that situation. This is the other thing that I brought up earlier. I said it in my video. I said it in the video. Players have different expectations the more levels of pressure that you put on the player. Baldur's Gate 3. No microtransactions, no fucking, you know, no bullshit, no, there's nothing else going on. It's a $60 game that was sold to players. They bought the game, they played the game. Okay, there was a couple issues. They immediately patched the game. The day it came out, the day after it came out, the day after that, and then they continued to basically patch the game almost, it felt like almost every day for the next like few weeks. Remember, it only took them 1 week to put out their first major, I think, was it their first week? I'm pretty sure the first week. After the first week of the game, they put out their first major patch. And by that time, they'd already fixed, like, I don't even know how many bugs. Like, thousands of them. Thousands. And our expectations are a little bit different when it comes to stuff like that. You know what I mean? Especially when you start adding in extra monetization and stuff like that. So that's really what it is. Players are going to be a little bit more forgiving the less pressure you put on them. But you start throwing in like de novo, you start having, you know, really bad performance issues. You have really bad performance issues. You have the, you know, microtransactions, a couple of other things. You don't have the ability to be able to, you know, make a separate save file. You can't restart the game. You know, you start adding all of those things up and the pressures become harder and higher. So that, yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3 didn't release as a full product either, but Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have all of the same issues at the exact same time. You know what I mean? Larian busted their ass fixing the game. It was impressive. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is too, it's also like the messaging and the way that these companies approach us as well. And I think that also kind of comes down to it, which I'm surprised nobody pointed this out, but the statement that Capcom gave to players after players were like, hey, the game is having issues, is the same statement. They just copied and pasted the same thing that they told IGN. It's literally the same statement they gave to IGN. They copied and pasted it and gave it to players. Sorry. But they just added sorry for inconvenience to it. How many hours you in, by the way? It's actually a good question. 1 million, I think. 17 hours in. And I do my best to stay away from town. But I do my best to stay away from town. How you like it so far? I love the game. I fucking love the game. I love Dragon's Dogma 2. It is everything that I wanted the game to be and more. It has everything that I wanted in the game, period. But it launched in a really shitty position. It launched in a it launched, you know, the fucking, I'm sorry, dude, the performance of the game is just garbage in certain places. It's not even certain places. Like, if I just stay away from town and other people, the game is great. The game's great. But the problem is, like, you have to go back to town so frequently in this game for questing, for managing your inventory, managing your vocations, that, like, every single time you got to go back to a town, you're like, how are the frames through rig? This is the first game in a long time that I've played that I can't get over 60 frames. Most games I get, 100 plus. Saw the Griffin too. I kicked the Griffin's ass and then it ran from me like a bitch. It ran from me like a bitch. I have killed 2 chimeras though. So, yeah. So, yeah, actually, let's play Dragon's Dogma 2. Why? Where am I at? What's going on here? Why is my... Oh. Why is it like this? There we go. It's like all over the place. All over the place. Yeah, it's also one of those things. Oh, sorry, I missed somebody's thing. Oh, Wings of Pestilence. Sometimes you just want to get to town, but you got to fight 1,000 goblins first. Bro, that's literally me every 5 seconds on this game. It's so funny. Oh shit. I forgot we're in the business. I forgot we're starting in the business tonight. Oh man, we're starting in the business. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, give me a minute. Let me take care of some business real quick. So, bitch! Where you going? Why you... You got a butthole. I don't got a dirty butthole. Oh, look at him. Look at him run. You're not getting away. You're not getting away. What's up, punk ass motherfucker? Ow. Ow. No, let me up there. We can do this. We got it. Why you gotta be all the way over there? You suck. God, it feels good. No! Good God. Oh, that got you. No. Where are you going? Don't you think about... Don't you think... There we go. $199 for audio. Oh man. Oh man. This is why I like being a mage. Okay, but okay, you look cooler. Yes. Yes, indeed. Why can't we? So like what I was playing like last night. So all I wanted to do was I was like, oh, I kind of want to like ink this part of the map over here because I didn't get to ink some of this stuff. And then I traveled from here. No, I traveled from Melv. I was just gonna go around the side, and then I found this cave over here, bro. Oh, game audio is muted. No game sound. No me sound either, or can you hear me? Oh, what's going on? Properties. That's so weird. Okay. We can hear you, just not the game. What the fuck are you complaining about then?
To be found here.
We ought to take a closer look.
So the other night I was playing and I found this cave over here. This cave, by the way, I'm just gonna let you guys know. Jax with the 199. Thank you. Like, super not necessary. Thank you. Buying sound for chat. Guys, what if I start selling? What if I start using microtransactions to fund my streams? Camera is sorry guys, camera is now 199. Camera is 199. Sorry. This is just the way that we do it now. Low tier god used to do that? Are you serious? No camera to like $10? That's crazy. Oh, I guess that would be kind of like oh wow, actually now that I think about it, like the Twitch booba streamers like were doing that like way early, right? Like, you know, oh, jumping jacks at 5 subs.
That was superb, Arisen.
Wasn't it though? I don't really like the way that my pawn girl turned out. Like, she looks like I wanted to, so come over here. Hey, to me, come here. I'm trying to show you off. So I wanted to get a pawn with resting bitch face. Come here. I'm trying to show you to everybody. I wanted to get a pawn with resting bitch face. It worked.
This seems a decent spot for a campsite.
It worked.
The rest can wait till after we've examined
But I kind of want to make her a muscle mommy. You know what I mean? She's small. She is small. She is small. The problem is I couldn't really get a feel for it until you're like in the game and you see them. I should have just made her tall, but I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Oh my god.
And I will heal you with my magics. Wait a moment.
Will dominate you. Yeah. Small grump is acceptable. Yeah. I also don't mind the small grump either. It's over here. Whoa! Where'd you come from? Not ready. Up the tail. I wish Saurian tails were like a little easier to get a hold of. I'll be real, because they kind of suck. I mean, they're easy if you do it like that, though. Nope, no Saurian tail. Apparently, I didn't cut it off cleanly enough. Holy shit, he got fucking smoked. Nope. This is bullshit. How linear is Dragon's Dogma 2 been? If it's linear, I couldn't tell. I don't know. I just go wherever I want. I do what I want. I live what kind of life I feel like living. That's what I do. And it's great. I find your lack of toss disturbing.
You've my thanks. Take this with my gratitude.
What are you gonna give me? Food. I'm gonna be a toxic backseater today. God damn it, that's the last thing that I fucking need. Some fucking Capcom elitist, some fucking Capcom shill in my fucking comment section. I need to go back to town. Like, I don't want to, but I need to. Right? I'm level 22. I've almost maxed fighter, so I can go into warrior. Tusk toss. I think I need to go back to town because I'm kind of filled up on like a lot of bullshit. I guess like my inventory is not too bad. I found some more seeker tokens, which is really nice. And some other materials too. Ooh. Well.
We shall have to rely on our other senses.
Don't mind if I do.
As the darkness robs us of our sight.
Okay. I've almost completed my journey. I do still need to like adventure through the middle and actually like see what's going on like off in that direction and stuff over there, but it's all good in the hood. Okay, we're on the right path. Seriously though, once you use it, you'll love it. Yeah. Show us the in-town frame drops. Like right now I'm getting it's not showing it for you guys because I don't have it. I'm not doing like a screen cap. I'm using actual game capture. But right now I'm getting 47. High settings, like everything's on high. I think there's only a couple things that I turned off. Come on, man. No. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy.
What are you doing? You ought not to be so careless. Quickly, everything. You must
Yeah, the CPU stuff is really what gets me. Finish it off? Oh, okay. I didn't even need to do anything. I just took a nap. No opinions either. I'm wondering if there's gonna be like either like I'm hoping there's gonna be like a ring that like increases monster drops or anything. What the fuck? Where'd you come from? I'll give Tusk Toss a try just for Rurikon because I didn't really play warrior that much in the in Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. I played rogue and then mage and then magic archer. Yeah. So apart from the DLC debacle and performance issues, is DD2 the spiritual successor to Skyrim? I don't think fighter. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Indeed. Tell us. A shift in the chain of command.
I wouldn't make the comparison, but in some ways, yes, I kind of see why some people would want to draw the comparison to Skyrim. And the reason why I say that is that, you know, one of my favorite things to do when playing, like when playing Elder Scrolls games is literally just to like point myself in a direction and then just go like see what's going on. Like, you know, find a dungeon, explore a dungeon, get lost in the dungeon for an hour or two, pop out on the other side and realize that you haven't barely traveled anywhere at all. And there's a ton of other ones for you to go to. So now that I'm here in town, I'm getting 30, 25, 22, 23, 24. And the funny thing is that there's not even like that many like NPCs around or anything like that. There's like, that's the kind of wild thing. Like you'd think like, oh, you know, it must be crazy because but there's really not a lot of people, like at least not on screen. And the thing is that I think that the game is like visually caching. I think the game is visually caching, like for like the GPU at the least, like because there are like NPCs that'll pop up. Like as an example, if you look at that square over there, you don't see anybody, but if I run over there, like people will pop in, right? But but they're still being like, but their physical presence is still being loaded, and I think that's causing some issues too. What was I here to do? Oh, that's right.
Look, as long as you please. Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you.
It's it's simulation in the background, probably. Yeah, about 50 to 40 in town. 13th gen i7. I've actually heard from a lot of people that the i7s are doing better than the AMDs on this game right now for some reason. Gear die was in the Beastern Kingdom on a coster of crystals. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I forgot which one that was. Hindsight slash, no. Though, to be honest with you, I feel like I would rather use hindsight slash instead of actually trying to parry. Because I could actually, because like, it takes a long time to wait for like an enemy to actually attack you to be able to get a good parry off in the first place. I feel like it'd be better for me to use something like this where I can just dodge out of the way instead. You know what I mean? When you load into town, do you think that it could be loading the pawns in the rift and their items? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. It could be something like that as well, that they don't realize it's happening in the background. Potentially, maybe. Shit. Look how long it took Diablo look how long it took the Diablo team to realize that you were loading in every other character's inventory every time they stepped in front of you. Mystic Spearhand Vocation, I just unlocked it, question mark, question mark. I unlocked it earlier. I haven't played it yet though. It looks really cool. It's obviously the one that like the majority of people are playing, and that's why I haven't like just jumped on it immediately, because I'd rather go play some other stuff instead. Personally, I just like to be different. You know what I mean? I just like to be different. I don't want to get rid of. I don't want to get rid of Cloud Word. Gutting Skewer is just so damn good for mounting. Burst Strike is really good for opening, and Full Moon Strike is so good for AoE. I don't really want to get rid of any of these, to be honest with you. I don't know. Did you see the update coming for D4 in May? Stole a bunch of stuff from last epoch. Yeah, like blatantly stole some stuff from last epoch. I'm all here for it. To be honest with you, I always felt that Blizzard's at their best when Blizzard is stealing from other games. Personally. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's how I feel about it. Conjure a Holy Light of Orb. When do I unlock? I want fucking... Conjures Magical Sigil that hastens the speed of allies. Looking for High Clarity. What is this one? Conjures Magical Sigil that cures the caster. No, wait. It cures the caster and allies of certain debilitations. Fire, Frostbite, Sleep, Silence, Drenched, Tarred. That's also really good for a support. What I really want is like, Holy Boon. Like the problem, like, so I fought like I think it was like a Lich, if I'm not mistaken. The fucker was hard. And not having a Holy Boon and using fire instead. Man. If it makes the game better, why not? What do you mean? I kind of want like High Levine and High Flagration are probably pretty good. Maybe I don't really need to have the fire because she's already going to buff our fire anyway. Maybe instead I'll give her something else instead. I don't know. What is Palladium? Conjures clusters magical energy that blocks attacks. No, I'm not really worried about it.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. I should have leveled my other character as a fighter as well, to be honest. I should have had both me and my main pawn as a fighter so we could have higher carrying capacity early on.
Good evening, sir. I trust you fared.
Can you make it do you guys know if I gave like these grimoires to like my mage, can they use these, or are these for me to use? Do you know? I need to turn those in. I found these daggers. I found this bow. What does this ring do? Slightly boost maximum health. What is this? Scale band. Forehead guarding fashion. This is for magic casters? Maybe I might give that to old girl. That's actually like really nice. Which vocation did you choose? Fighter. I'm low-key hoping for endgame crafting or something. Maybe. I'm really interested to see what the end game for the game is going to be. Like, I'm sure there's a new game plus or something like that, but I really did like the endless dungeon, as well as you know, Bitter Black Isle and stuff like that. I think a lot of that stuff has like really cool replayability, and I would like to see something similar. If we can get lucky enough to have something like that, that would be awesome. One time, never used one. Yeah, they're like one-time uses, or they're like one-time uses, but it kind of makes me feel like I want to like hold on to them, because the thing is that like it's kind of nice to have as a magic caster, you know what I mean? Because what I can do is I can like, or I could use as somebody that's melee, because the nice thing is that what I can do is I have some ranged if I need to use it. High Levin, High Frigger, Lightning Boon. I don't really want that one. I need to just sell these, to be honest. They don't weigh a whole lot, so I'll hold on to them, to be honest, and I'll just use them when the time arises.
Despite the hour.
Oh wait, I didn't check my other characters. Holy Ellie Dio with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's super generous. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Make sure that you guys thank Ellie for the make sure you guys thank Ellie for the subs. I found a dragon that could give Smog a run for his gold. So the only one that I fought was the one that got me Mystic Spear Hand. That's it. Oh wait, I didn't want to put that away. Oh, whatever. I'll pick it back up. I need a backpack. Where's my backpack? Where's my backpack? Am I tripping? Did I hit combine? No. Oh, there they are. Take that with me. And then let's make some stuff. Some fruit robberant. Cool. I need to get more stamina stuff. I need to farm some spud. Can I buy spud somewhere? That'd be kind of nice. I need a spud farm. Somebody give me a spud farm. Where's the spud farm strats, please? At Melv, if you climb the tower, hop on the ballista, you can shoot the dragon. Takes 4 shots to kill. I didn't even think about that. You're right. There was a I could have killed that dragon. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Forgot that it was there. In the cash shop. Shut up. Shut up. I have somewhere I have to be tonight. So just wishing you a great night. Wishing you a great night. Thank you, Ellie. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Local Smash tournament with friends. I haven't played in months, but I'll do my best. Best is Boomerang Boy. Oh, snaps. Little Kid Link action. Is that what you got going on right now? Is that what's happening?
You know where to find the solution eludes me.
This might be worth a read. Shall we take a closer look?
Oh, yeah. The other day, I arrived at the border checkpoint only to realize that I had left my entry permit back at the inn. Ended up having to make the trip back, so I was late for my delivery. When I complained to a fellow driver about it, he said next time I ought to use a Beastren mask. Seems Batal favors its Beastren residents, so they can't get through without a hassle, or without the hassle of a permit. Might be worth keeping a disguise just in case. Ooh. So if I go to Batal, I need to find a Beastren mask. Be able to get in with no problem.
Perhaps you might provide me with good evening, sir. I trust you fared all right on the roads, despite the hour.
Now we'll camp on the road. I don't need to camp here. We'll camp on the road. All right, let's get the shit out of. Let's get the hell out of town. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. Did you see the Dawn Trail? Did you see the Dawn Trail got a release date 1 week after the Elden Ring DLC? So people are going to have to hurry. 1 week after the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, I don't know. Like the thing is that like I'll play the Final Fantasy XIV expansion day 1, but I'm also like not like super worried about like trying to like bum rush. Because the thing is that like I'm not like I don't know. I'll probably potentially maybe I'll raid the first tier and do it on stream and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Just to flex my summoner muscles. You know what I mean? Show how good I am at dancing. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna be in like a major rush to like try to. I'm not gonna be in a major rush to like try to hurry up and get to the end game or get through the story of Final Fantasy XIV. Actually, it'd probably be in my best interest not to be honest with you. Chances are she was taken by one of those fell beasts. But only the appetite for women. Save yourself the heartbreak and give her up for dead. Oh, is it like somebody's missing? We're searching for our daughter. Oh, man. Daughter got godded by the, excuse me, sir. I'm just here to take your shit. Dumbass.
More than my life's worth, yes.
It actually maybe be more worthwhile as a streamer not to, you know, not to play it the first week. Wait to the second week, and then that way people can, you know, get their React Andy stuff out of it. You know what I mean? Like, oh. Let me see if the streamer liked the game as much as I like the game. Does he cry? Will the streamer cry? Aren't those unmarked quests? I don't know. Are you are you asking are you asking if the notes on the wall? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not worried about. I'm gonna camp. There's one right here. Oh no, it's a secret token.
Now here's a surprise.
Ah shit, I forgot to turn those in. Yeah, we'll get it next time I come back, I guess. No big deal.
Interesting. I shall have to
No
inform
big
my
deal.
own master of this.
There's some like really good Seeker's token rewards too. That's what Capcom should have sold. So you kept the sword and board fighter and not with the warrior. I'm just trying to unlock all the like. My thing is that I'm playing the long con, man. I'm playing the fucking long con. Like I'm not worried about like trying to hurry up and jump into the class that I need to play. Like I'm gonna end up leveling them all. Oh shit, that's not good. So like one of the things that I think a lot of people overlook is that making sure that you're taking the time to play the other vocations gives you the opportunity to be able to unlock those vocations augments. So like it would be kind of dumb for me just to like immediately rush and leave behind, you know, really valuable augments later on. You know what I mean? I mean, the fighter has one that specifically gives you more carrying capacity. That's kind of something that you want to have. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something you want to leave behind. It's really nice to be able to have.
Such tranquility could last. Indeed.
Would that
you are
such
correct.
tranquility would last? I'm looking forward to unlocking Holy Enchantment. Holy Affinity would be really nice.
No means of exploiting our enemies.
Because it would handle these things very quickly.
Let my magics grant you an elemental.
The hell off me. Enchant me. Ooh.
It fell from the beast as it breathed its last.
The Chimera followed by a Lich in a chest was the coolest for me so far. Chimera followed by a Lich in a chest. Oh, I've been there. Yeah, you're talking about this place right here. Yeah, Waterfall Cave. Yeah, Waterfall Cave was crazy, man. Actually, that's where I came from, like just before I started streaming. Yeah, you want to make you want to make sure that you're taking the time to level up as many vocations as you can, because you get you want those passives off of those other vocations. Some of them have some very valuable vocational passives. But I do plan on playing Warrior and Mystic Spearhand. I've been playing OG Final Fantasy VII. I like the Mithril Claws on Tifa. It reminds me of that weapon from Vega and Street Fighter. Hell yeah. I've been playing Rebirth. Like vibing, playing Rebirth. And not Tifa, but Yuffie's just way too fun to use. She's so busted. She's so, like so unbalanced. She's so strong.
We've eaten our fill. What say we settle our stomachs with a few hours sleep? Good sleep is the key to a good adventure.
Okay, now we're going to leave, and we are going to go and check out this apparently interesting thing that's happening in this village over here, over yonder. Something to do with sweet flower. We received information from a spy of the palace that said there may be some ill tidings coming from the east. There's a traitor among the kingdom, and we need to take care of that. Ow, ow.
I grant you roaring flame.
Direct. Good morrow. How are you this day?
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your
I
hour
was,
of need,
oh god,
Master.
like
No.
pawns on the road that like stop you where you're going. Like they feel like Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the Arisen?
This is
Arisen?
generally used as a material.
Have you heard wolves hunting packs arisen?
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Fuck. Jay, you got wrecked. I spy with my little eye. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
Yeah. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, you, Arisen? Try again. Oh, fuck. Good timing.
Magics are at your disposal.
Oh, you got fucked up right there, son. Oh! Absolutely deleted. Yes, heal my wounds. Good work, Catman Dan. Good work indeed. On your way. On your way, sir.
We are none of us alike in vocation.
Our respective abilities are unique as well.
Yes,
Let
they
us
are.
utilize our
Give me your meat.
wherever possible.
What? Something going on over here?
I would have preferred not to have to fight so soon, but at least I know I am up to the
Oh, fuck. Oh, he's enchanted. I also like that like humans in this game are like they have vocations similar to anybody else, right? So like bandits are gonna have the same kind of thing going on. What do you want? What do you want, sorry ass? Cut off that motherfucker's tail. Got it. No, I don't get a tail. I really don't get a tail.
You truly are formidable, Arisen.
I know I am. You can keep telling me though.
You hold the enemy's focus,
There we go.
and I shall strike them down.
We
Oh,
are at
shit.
our best when we combine our strength.
Okay. I don't know what you guys are dealing with over there, but thank you. Don't forget to discard all that rotten food. I can't. You can use You can use rotten food to be able to make lantern oil. What are you talking about?
Is that a statue I espy over yonder?
We ought to take a closer look.
Madam.
That's it. I've had enough.
Are you okay?
Let this be a dream, a nightmare.
Everything has a purpose, okay? Oh, bro's about to get tilted. He discarded this. Yeah. I was say, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, you can, yeah.
I wanted to show my appreciation.
Oh, I can't show you guys this.
There's no need to make camp here. We've energy enough to press on for a while yet.
Just why did I just like imagine that like the screen goes dark and you just hear some like ASMR sucking noises? I wanted to show you my appreciation.
I grant you fire.
Oh God, that never gets old. That never gets old. That is just so damn satisfying. Especially because I'm so strong now that it just one shots. I fucking love it.
You have my protection.
Shit, I missed. Where you going, motherfucker? Don't worry, you have that kind of concern opening doors. Oh. You're shooting at. Ooh. Hello? What are you doing up here? You guys get it? Finish them all. What? I'm coming for you in a minute. I just gotta loot this real quick. Easy. Yeah. How'd you not fall? Oh, there he goes.
Never have I encountered such a strategy.
Truly?
Easy. Is it dead? Yeah, it's dead.
Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
It's my magic grant you an elemental boon. How do I get down there? I want my loot. Oh, over here. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Freshly rested as we are, this battle ought to be enough.
Ow, ow, ow. Easy, easy. Give me that tail. Give me that tail. I really just want the Saurian tails, specifically because, or Saurian. I keep calling them Saurian. Sorry. I keep like I want their tails because like one, I can use them to be able to make like stamina and health medicine, which is really nice. But also like I need more of them because they you also use them for like crafting material for like upgrading as well. We got a couple of them, all right. Nice. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about right there. Also, give me this stuff too. What? Ooh, almost max level. Almost maxed my vocation. All right. I think there's something down there. Do I actually have pawns in chat? I think there's something down there, Arisen. Only issue I had was almost every small enemy was just focusing on me, even if there were 10 random NPCs between us. So I took a special ability or whatever to be able to like draw enemy attention towards me. Like took a passive to take it, just because I like it when the enemies are trying to fight me rather than look elsewhere. Go ahead and spit.
I grant you roaring flame.
Nope, no tail.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Yonder where? Where is yonder? Like north, south. Fuck, I missed. Didn't miss that one though. No. Come on, try to rush. I should use shield summons. That'll probably work actually if I had it. Bro, harpy pinions are so rare, it's not even funny.
Look there. Methinks I spy aught of use.
We ought to take a closer look.
One shot of a fire arrow? Yeah. Oh no, for sure. Like just like I don't think I'd ever not want to have an archer with me because they're so nice for like flying enemies. She looked like she's about to commit insurance fraud. Yeah. I can't see. It's like the skills feel more effective in this game for some reason. Honestly, I feel like everything, like personally for myself, I like using everything. I don't know about you guys. I don't know how much time you guys have put into the game or anything like that, but like I like trying to mix it up, but I do like the regular, like the basic attack and oh fuck. How do I get past this? What did I miss over here? I don't understand. Oh. Can I climb over this? There's no way, right? There's gotta be another way to go. Gotta go around, it looks like.
My heart knows no greater peace than when I am by your side.
That's wholesome. I will say this too. The game has no shortage in enemies. Like, there's always a fight right around the corner. That's one of the things that I really enjoy about the world. Like, I feel like they actually have like pretty solid pacing between like how many enemies there are to fight versus like, you know, time for you to like look around and like check out your surroundings and stuff like that. I always feel like that's something that's like really difficult for a lot of other games to dial in, where like there's almost like too many monsters, so that like you never really get the time to be able to like really explore and look around. And just like there's also, motherfucker, I was trying to say hi.
Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements. Stay with me, Arisen. Wait a moment.
Oh, frame rate. That was weird.
I'm in awe of your powers of detection. I'm sure my master would be astonished to learn this is here.
Oh, Minotaur. Come on, Mini. Mini TR, Minotaur. Wait, are you teaming up?
Master, watch out!
I think I blocked. Ow! Ooh, that hurt. Genuinely. Okay. Get up.
It seems we have enraged our foe. Might we not use their rage to our advantage? Understood.
Tap me. No! You're not an ally. You're a piece of shit.
Shan't have much effect against this foe. Of course.
Enemy frozen. Perhaps we can tire them out.
Let's not give them a chance to recover. Strike once, and our quarry shall fall. I grant you fire's blaze.
Break that other horn, motherfuckers. I'm gonna help on it. Get on that. Ah. 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 Oh, he's getting absolutely wailed on.
That battle took more out of me than I realized. What fails to destroy us only enhances our chances against future adversaries.
Man. The best parts of this game are those moments where you just find that like random big boy out of the middle of nowhere and you just have this like sick fight, and like every single time it's fun. Every single time it's fun. There's like I've seen people try to point out like, oh no, it's not, it's yeah. It just looks like they stand still. It's just like, well, it looks like they stand still because I'm just so damn skilled.
I'll hold on to this. After all, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
No harm in picking a few.
Okay, I'm back. What's up, Josh? It'd be great for if an RPG implemented Minotaur battle where you get chased through a labyrinth-like environment, like great ancient Greek lore. I don't know, maybe. How's the monster slaying going? It's growing great.
We have found a material.
Ooh, dried meat.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
All right. I need to figure out how to get to this other place. Path looks like it's going to be off in this direction. This is where it came from, though.
It's pleasantly cool here. What with a canopy overhead?
Let us hope we make it through without incident.
Right you are.
I would say really, like, genuinely like the map design in this game. Like, their world design is sick. The thing is that, like, I wouldn't even say this, like, it would remind me, like, somebody brought up, like, Elder Scrolls. Honestly, you know what this, like, I feel like more, it's almost like more Lord of the Rings than anything else. Like, I don't know how to say it any more than that. Like, that sort of, like, high fantasy, like, super traditional, especially when it comes to, like, architecture and stuff like that. Yeah, the terrain design is sick. And it, like, it does really push you to, like, adventure and, like, look around and, you know, look for caves and stuff like that.
You there. Are you looking to enter the village?
Now I'm looking to enter your mom.
You'd best go elsewhere, friend. What's wrong about this place? There's no business to be had here, that's for sure.
That man just now seemed rather on edge. What could he have seen here to inspire such suspicion?
best go elsewhere. There's no business to be had here. That's for sure.
Yeah, but there's loot to be had here. The exploring is nice. I haven't been doing the main quest. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where like I'm going to do one of the main quests now because.
Here to ask aught of me, are you?
Okay, just don't say shit. Whatever.
Is that who I think it is?
Aye, I reckon so. Rather more common looking than I'd expected. But I suppose that's neither here nor there. It is a question of skill at the
A
end.
chest. I'll examine its contents, shall I?
You say, but you wagered against our visitor, did you not? Ought you need me?
You guys talking shit? Okay, fine. Whatever.
Fancy a look at my wares?
Hey, what
Well
you got?
met, sir. How might I be?
Nothing unique, huh? Of course, you're another one of those. Wait, is this better than what I got? No.
Be of service?
Oh, he does. You don't do it. You don't do enhancement. You suck. Prowler's kerchief. What is this? Is that a headpiece? Oh, it's like a piece of cloth worn around the neck. Okay. Bro. That kind of looks sick. Oh, dude. That's like the easiest buy of my life. We'll just hold on to it though. Oh, he does sell Hearthspud. What else you got? Fried meat, green warish. Ring of tenacity. Slightly boosts maximum stamina. That's actually pretty good. Looping cape. Looks. Ollie jacket. Oh, half plate. The fuck? Got a whole, just got a half a titty out basically. Wish the music played. Me too. Me too. For the like the half plate is better than what I got, but it also looks kind of goofy, but whatever. I'm poor. Never mind.
Do come again.
Like it's lower for now, but not by much. Oh my god, I bought all of his capes. I don't even know how I pulled that off. I don't even know how I did that.
Fancy a look at my
I guess I clicked buy all, I guess.
wares?
This dude got a deal. What the fuck? That's so much money I spent. That sucks. Oh, I didn't want to sell that. I shouldn't have sold that. Is there no buyback? Big sad.
Do come again. Well met, sir. How might I be of service?
Ah, you must be the visitor I've heard so much about. Have you some business here in the village?
Ask about the
You know
village.
of our village? As you can see, 'tis a simple place, tucked away on the eastern edge of
The buy all button is always scratchy, yeah.
Is there aught else I can help you with, sir? Arthur. 'Tis a name unfamiliar to me, I'm afraid.
You walked in and now your playthrough is ruined? What? How?
At least no one by that name lives here, sir. As you like, sir.
Fine place to collect my troubles. This is the... Of course. Nothing's free in this world.
Probably hold on to that. This is stability extract magic. Okay. What is gold? Yeah. Yeah. That's like, actually, to be honest, that kind of sucks. I was kind of balling there for a while. I had like 30K or something like that. Now it's just down the drain because I misclicked. It sucks. This is exquisite rubrant. Oops. Okay. How am I with everything else now? Fine. Looking pretty good. I'll keep this with me because I can let it age a little bit.
We must rest, though the sun is still up.
Thanks for stating the obvious. I should have just named my character. I should just name my I should have named them Captain Obvious more than anything else. You can't load your save. Can't you just load it before your last? You can load it from your last like camp or whatever it is, like load from last camp or something. Earn a pawn badge?
To this world I return, ready to put all I've learned to use.
Good morrow, everyone.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Indeed, I am feeling rested. Is there a chest in here I missed?
Well met, sir. How might I-
Just mute pawns. Why would you mute pawns? They got valuable things to say. Like, there's a ladder arisen. Ladder. Ladder. Do you see that ladder? We could put that ladder to good use. Ladder. And then you have no idea where the f that ladder is. I mean, I like immediately start panning my camera all like around all over the place, and I'm like, where the fuck's the ladder? Just looks 2 hours of gameplay. Thanks for the reminder.
I dare say, we could sell this for a fair amount of gold.
Whether or not we make the sale is for the Arisen to decide.
Greetings. I must say I'm impressed by your intuition, sir. You found me out far sooner than most. I trust you are enjoying your sojourn in our fair village. If you have any questions, ask away. I should be glad to aid you.
Ask about the village.
If aught about our humble village seems strange to you, that is easily explained. For 'tis here that thieves are instructed in the skills they require. To begin with, those who wander into the village are evaluated for their potential aptitude. Of course, you are no exception. That you stand here now is proof you were deemed a worthy candidate. Which is to say, you have my approval as the Thiefmeister.
Oh, so this is the main like thief guy.
Is there aught else you'd care to ask?
Do you know of me?
You're curious what I know of you? Quite a bit, I should think. Naturally, I'm not the only one. Our village has its own network of spies and informants, you see, and your title tends to make you stand out among the rumors we collect. You're the second Arisen to come to Vermont, and you've allied yourself with Captain Brandt against the Queen Regent.
Damn, dude, this guy knows some shit.
In response, she's... Oops, I mustn't say another word. Don't misunderstand. I'm no ally of the Queen Regent. I merely strive to maintain neutrality in political matters. Those who deal in information must ne'er align themselves with a particular power. Such is our village code. Is there aught else you care to ask?
Ask of the Fall of South.
Arthur, you say? I've lived in this village many a year, but I can't say I've heard of someone by that name. My apologies. Is there aught else you care to ask? Aye. Take care then.
We shall remain here.
What's going on down here? What the? I probably can't do this. It's probably for thieves, isn't it? Looks like it has like double jumps and shit.
You, sir, are worthy of inheriting my ultimate technique. Once mastered, 'twill allow you to fell all foes, both minuscule and mighty. Take it, and do with it what you will.
What? Aren't you supposed to like master a vocation to be able to do that in the first place? A tome detailing the exceptional ability for thieves. Use it to learn Blades of Pyre. The arisen main pawn will also receive the same effect. The fuck? I don't think I can make that jump. That looks like a double jump to me. Fuck. Ow, what the fuck was that? First try.
You made it after all.
Yeah, because I'm a fucking god.
Guess that means I win. Oi, you lot best pay up.
Dear me.
You didn't disappoint, did you? You've done well. Seems only fair I answer any questions weighing on you. Go on. Ask away. Figures you'd want to know about him. We're supposed to be neutral. Ordinarily, I wouldn't say a word about one of our jobs. But I suppose I can tell you, the situation being what is.
Thief doesn't have double jump? I thought it does have a double jump. Didn't have one in the first game?
His real name is Dara. He was one of us once. But he's been exiled. We had no choice, see? After he went off to play the false arisen, we're men and women of shadow. Center stage isn't our place to stand.
Oh, Assassin did.
That's why he was cast out.
Good point.
He'll ne'er be part of our village again. That all you wanted to ask? For all this, Dara was in line to become the next Thief Maester. But he failed. Took a massive injury to the chest during the trial. So the title fell to me. That's when he went off, saying he used the scar on his chest to pose as the Arisen. And what a scheme that turned out to be, eh? Now he gets to sit pretty on the best seat in the kingdom.
What's wrong with the guy? I don't know. The cat is real. Yep. No, the cat is actually something else entirely.
Still, you'd have a hard time proving that he's not
It's
who
a
he says he is.
AI.
He's a wily one, that Dara. Always was careful not to leave behind a shred of evidence. But we can't have him thinking that he gets to go off and enjoy a peaceful life in a lap of luxury after breaking our code.
Ooh, spicy.
Methinks he needs something to remind him of the debt he owes us. Here, this should do the trick. Now, as to the Maester's teaching, not sure you'll be able to use it to its fullest potential, but I'll show it to you.
Pilfer's Handbook. What is that? Bill of arrest. A bill of arrest bearing the likeness of a man named Dara. It reads, wanted for crimes against Vermund and her people. Okay. Pilfer's Handbook, a tome detailing the exceptional, an exceptional ability for thieves. Use it to learn Formless Feint, the Arisen's main pawn will learn it, and then you can also learn Blades of Power. That's cool.
Anything to do round here? Stomach's complaining. I'll have an early supper.
I'll have an early supper. Oh, big loot situation. What's this Dragon's Dogma 2 drama I've been hearing about? Oh, it's been settled. It's over. The drama's already done.
My apologies for the wait. We grew further apart than I'd anticipated.
It's just
take care not to stray so far next time.
the drama is what is the result of having a AAA game and people's expectations are incredibly high, and you do not you don't land the delivery the way that you should have. The way that people would expect.
I had not an inkling of what secrets it hid.
Indeed.
Or hoped for at the very least, I would imagine. Not, and it's for other reasons. It's not for the actual gameplay itself. Like, the gameplay itself is fantastic. It really is like a fucking, it is such a good game. It is genuinely an absolutely fantastic game. Hold on to that. Okay, so I'm good.
It is rather narrow here. Be on your guard.
Let us proceed with due caution.
I never looted him.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
Oh, this is a different one.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Is it? I don't think it is. Did I loot the Minotaur horns from the one that I killed? I don't remember where it is, so I can't really go find it. I don't think I did. I smacked both of its horns, and I immediately like sat down and started playing the game. And I didn't think about anything else past then.
Where are the Saurians?
Fire's fury shan't be obeyed against this foe.
Well done, Master.
Fuck, that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me. Because I know I'm gonna get into that situation where I'm gonna be like, because I know I busted that motherfucker's horns. Maybe this was the one? I don't think so. I don't think that's the one. What's up, Billy? Maybe it was. Yeah, 'cause this is where I came in, right? Unless it was over on this side. Either way, like, I went to sleep, so chances are I probably despawned. Whatever. There'll be more to kill. When you break parts in a fight, they also drop. Yup. Yup.
What appears to have changed since we were last.
Cut off a Saurian's tail and or Saurian's tail, and you get a chance to get one of their tails. Break off the horns on a Minotaur, and they'll drop their Minotaur horns. What else? There's a couple other fights that I've run into that are like that. How about the quintuple A game then? Yeah, it's quintuple A. Do you think this drama could be avoided if it was a quadruple A game? Oh, maybe. Maybe. They needed that other A in there, otherwise, you know, it's really hard to make sure that a game, you know, the game's performance works, you know, on day one. I'll be honest with you. If the performance in towns, like was mirrored by the world, like say like the like how the game performs when you go to a town was like the same as like if you're out in the world, I think that people would be really upset, like far more upset than they already are.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle, I shall follow your lead.
No, you're not gonna follow me anywhere. It is getting close to the time where I need to like swap up my pawns, though, for sure. No horses? I don't think there's mountains in this game, no. I don't really know how I feel about that, to be honest. Like, part of me is like, part of me could see like part of me sees like mounts could actually be pretty good in here. You motherfucker.
Let my magic grant you an elemental boon.
I was talking. Part of me feels that like mounts could be usable, but the problem is like there's so much like there's a lot of verticality in this game. You know what I mean? There's a DLSS 3 mod with frame generation. Are you serious? It's so fun. It's so funny. I think that like one of the things that's really frustrating for me when it comes to these AAA releases is that there are so many. I just find it really, really interesting that we talk about, you know, like how like these developers and publishers come out and talk about like how difficult it is to make sure these games are operating on day one because of, you know, blah, blah, blah. There's all these different things that can happen that are just out of our control. How many times have we seen a AAA game get released and then modders fix the issue with the game within like a day? Somebody comes out with a mod that's like, oh yeah, this fixes it. Remember Starfield? There was like somebody that like dropped a mod within like 24 hours of the game's release that fixed a core issue that like that Starfield couldn't figure out what was going on.
We trounced our foe, well and true.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
Okay, you need to fucking chill, edgelord. Does the game not already support DLSS 3? Super resolution, auto, quality, balance, performance, ultra. The funny thing is, like, even if I put like if I put this on like ultra performance, so we'll try it just as an example. It just makes the game look like shit. It just makes the game look like super fuzzy, and it doesn't help the frame rate at all. That's the funny part about it, is that like no matter what you do to the graphical setting, like even if you put it down to like play on PlayStation graphics, doesn't matter. You know, or not PlayStation, you give like PlayStation 1 graphics, it doesn't matter. Like the game just, there's nothing you can really do. Yeah, it's gonna just turn your sharpness up too. I just don't think there's a need to even like try to upscale sharpness. Yeah, but like it's not even like I capped the frame rate at 60 to get rid of some of the variable. Maybe I'll just take it off. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, we're chilling. Did I scare you? I hope I did. All right. Have you checked about or have you checked the Digital Foundry review of the game? No, I haven't checked it yet. I do need to watch. I do need to watch it because, like, obviously those guys are like super dialed in. They understand this shit better than anybody else does. They're gonna be able to identify where, you know, where the issues are coming from, and honestly, probably even like watching one of their videos is going to lead to you being able to like probably even like optimize your game a little bit better for like slightly better performance. Not by a whole lot, because obviously like there is an actual issue with the game. You know what I mean? You know, there are problems with the game that need to be fixed. So, we'll see. There's a griffin. There's a griffy. Looks like it's flying away though. Just took out a lich. They got some serious dude. Oh yeah, the one thing that I mean, like the liches aren't bad as long as you have ranged fighters. If you don't have ranged fighters, you're kind of boned, to be honest. Lapse and sorcerer ain't nothing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why, like, I'll always have like two ranged in a melee. I like having I like having a little mix of everything. Because you know, when there's those enemies that I just can't get to, and you know, they can help me out with that a little bit. I haven't been able to kill a griffin yet. Any pointers as an archer? Can you cripple the griffin's wings? Because that would probably be what you need to do to get it to like stop like leaving. But I don't know if you can. Yeah, burn its wings, fire damage. I know that for sure, because that keeps it on the ground for the longest. But you need to like keep the fire damage on it as long as you possibly can.
What's to be done about this? Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
Ah, excellent find.
You guys fucking love ladders. What ladder? What ladder are you so fucking obsessed with?
Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky.
I don't know. I leveled up my vocation. I need to check with that homie. I also got some Seeker's tokens turned in.
Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist you. Have you found any of the items we discussed?
Ring of Vehemence. The wearer's attacks are more likely to stagger and knock down foes. That is actually really fucking good. What is Ring of Endeavor? A ring bearing a mysterious power that invigorates the spirit. Slightly boosts discipline gained from defeating foes. That's really good. Holy shit. That's really good, like, end game kind of thing for you to be able to, like, level some stuff up really quickly. Charming Corset. Pay to win. Guess you could say it's legendary. It is. Dominion allows you to lift up and pin down foes for an extended duration. That's kind of nice.
Always a pleasure.
deposit some stuff.
Solution eludes me. Well, you will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the foremost.
Almost hospitality. This stuff is fine. Sure, I'll take those with me. Why not? The rest of this is fine. That's fine. The books are fine. Put those away. This away. This. What is this? Plumed cap. For archer? Okay. Hold on to that. I kind of want to use this, honestly. This is magic defense and defense. This is reduces damage taken from fire attacks. I don't give a shit about that. Slightly boost maximum health. Yeah, it's fine. This is going to be better once I level it up. For some odd reason, thought I got another staff, but maybe I didn't. Why are you at average weight? Oh, because I gave you... That's right. Let me level this up. Yeah, I got this eminent coat. Really super nice coat from killing that lich. Super worth. This is heavier. And better. Yeah.
Hospitality in all Vernworth. Much obliged.
Manage our equipment real quick here. Manage the old equipment real quick. This is fine. This is fine. Good, good. Rings. I want to use Ring of Vehemence. This is on my left hand, so we'll put that there. And then we will give that to Christia. And then we'll go to her. And nope. Put that on. Put that on. Oh. He's already wearing one.
Rules at your leisure.
Sell it.
Where to now? Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
So more important than current DD drama. What is the album and song that made you pick up guitar?
Welcome to Pure and Quality is what you need.
It wasn't an album or song. It was Layla by Eric Clapton.
So before you check the price,
upgrade. Easy. Based. Fuck. God, dude, I've killed so many harpies and I still haven't got a single pinion. Yeah, Layla by Eric Clapton. Even though I liked a lot of his earlier work too, but
die early.
E. Do you get hard shit talking a game and then playing it for hours on end? No. Why? Yeah, I usually run into a lot of enemies and go ahead and say your piece. Go ahead. Try to pull your gotcha moment. Let's hear what you got, homie. You obviously listened to 5 minutes of a video and then got outraged. So let's hear it. Easy. I think I bought like the second best staff for her at the time. I'm just gonna upgrade this stuff because like fuck it. What does that do? Yeah.
Hope to see you again.
It's super funny because one of the it's super funny because like actually at the very end of the last video, one of the things that I said pretty much always comes true regardless, which is pretty funny.
Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his word, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth.
Criticize the game like crazy, but I also think it's great. You're being weird. You're talking to me?
'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach, the better to know. Yet he did not get near, for afore him
Oh, the chatter. Yeah.
the figure was striding through waters up to
No, people like that eventually are going to show up regardless. Just because like they have a inherent inability to like understand context or nuance or anything of the sort, to be honest with you. They see that when you criticize their favorite game, that is shit talking apparently. And just need to pass the time. And then what ends up happening is that man, she is stacked. That's a thick kitty. So what ends up happening is you have people that are like so emotionally invested in a video game and in being a fan of that video game that when you make criticisms of a game or the people that published it or, you know, put it out or whatever, that's seen as a you're trifling.
As a true arisen.
You're trifling because they're so invested by it, you know, or they're so invested in the game. It like the best part is like, especially at the very end of that last video where I specifically go out and say, I already know there's going to be people that are going to jump in to defend the game, and you know they do take it personally. Oh, for sure they do. That's why they come in and say shit like that. And the reason why is because like, well, it's like I said at the end of the video, you're gonna have people that are gonna be jumping in to defend the game, and it's like, I'm not saying these things to attack your game. I'm not saying these things to take down Capcom or anything like that. The whole thing is just there, or like the whole conversation is just there so that we get better products at the end of the day. I like the game. I like the game. I love the game, actually. I think it's great. But that doesn't mean that I need to also then just completely ignore the flaws and issues with the game. Like, what world do we live in? So if there's something that you like, you have to like it entirely. Even the flaws, you have to defend those too. Yeah, no, actually, you know what? The game dropping to 20 frames in town, I actually like it. You know, it adds something to it. I just don't know exactly what it is. But it's really good. It really is. You know what I mean? It's a little extra flavor that I didn't know I needed. My buddy that told me the other night that he got like stuck like after camping. Basically like he camped and now he can't move, like his character's just stuck there, like he can't move or anything like that. And he can't restart his game because there's no ability for you to be able to start a new game. That also adds a lot of value to the game too. You know what I mean? Hidden value. You kind of have to really like close your eyes and think about it for a while before you can really figure out how great it is. But yeah. Retro vibes. Completely agree. Are you playing as Hagrid? No, I'm not playing as Hagrid. My pawns keep falling off of ledges and dying. Well, that's just pawns. Pawns just do that. That's just what pawns do. Let's see here. Tell me of the Queen Regent. Tell me of the Magistrate. Tell me of the captured agent. I bring word from Melv. Tell me of the Masquerade. Tell me of the false sovereign. Tell me of the Magistrate? Oh, the captured agent.
Ah, yes. Regarding your pursuer from some days past, as we suspected, he was indeed an agent from Batal.
Yes. Regarding your pursuer from...
When he learnt of your Majesty's escape, he began inquiring after your movements. 'Tis a glad thing we captured him before matters escalated.
I really love the fact that you have one character. It really makes messing up the main story all that more exciting. You know what? You've always asked for games where your choices matter. How about your save file matters? Screw up the game, get fucked. Game bugs, skill issue. When he learned of Her Majesty's escape, he began inquiring after your movements. He's glad we captured him. Okay.
As to how he learned your Majesty's location with such ease, I intend to extract the answers from him anon.
Bro, like, you're obviously not very good at hiding information. I just went to a village of thieves and assassins, and they knew exactly who you were, who I was, and what we're doing. So, like, this dude is, like, obviously not very good at keeping secrets.
I shall be sure to inform you when I do. Pray, take this. 'Tis the least I can offer for your Majesty's assistance.
This dude catches me as somebody that would be like, that has like a diary, and he leaves it out.
So the agent was of Batal after all. 'Tis rather eerie that someone should be sent across the border to spy on you.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen.
Tell me of the false sovereign.
Have you divined aught of the false sovereign, your Majesty? This appears to be a bill calling for the arrest of a man named Dara. But hold a moment. Does this man's countenance not bear an uncanny resemblance to that of the false sovereign? I see. If your Majesty is certain that the two are one and the same, then I am convinced as well. However, I'm afraid this paper alone does not constitute sufficient proof. Ah, but of course. I surmise your Majesty intends to post the bill and invite suspicion. A clever plan.
I didn't actually plan on doing that, but I'll act like it is my plan.
Any connection to our new sovereign, yet will be unable to remove the bill from the public eye.
That's one of those moments where it's like somebody like comes up with some like five-headed response and you're like, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say, and then you just get to take all the credit for it. Oh.
Furthermore, 'twill serve as an attestation to Dara's existence, which shall remain an undeniable truth till the man resurfaces. And all the while, the doubts lurking in the hearts of the citizenry will continue to deepen. A clever ploy indeed. I shall attend to this matter personally. I've no doubt that this bill would prove its worth in due course. You have my gratitude, Your Majesty. Your aid has been invaluable.
Are you gonna play Dead Drop when it comes out? Did Dr. Disrespect actually put a date on that? That's it. That's his game, right?
So the false sovereign operates at the behest of Queen Regent.
What is that? Dragon's Gaze. If you use an item known as Dragon's Gaze, Wakestone shards will be displayed on the map. Bear in mind, however, that the number of locations of shards that can be found will change over time. Collect 3 Wakestone shards and will combine into a Wakestone, a powerful artifact that restores the life to the fallen. Interesting. FYI, don't run inside the palace areas. They will kill you. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Deezer, this spider has woven.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your majesty's claim as a true arisen.
Tell me of the magistrate.
Of all those who serve the Queen Regent, there is but one who I have no doubt will lend his support to your majesty's cause. I refer to Waldar, a magistrate. Many a time has Deezer demanded Waldar amend the Code of Vermont to her own benefit. And many a time has the magistrate refused her, for he is loyal to none but the spirit of the law. As a result, he now sits in a cell beneath the palace.
What the hell?
Our laws dictate that your majesty is our rightful ruler. Thus, as the staunchest supporter of the law known to the palace, I'm quite confident that Waldor will be willing to vouch for your majesty. What say you? Might you be willing to aid me in arranging the magistrate's release? I've prepared a means for you to enter the palace dungeons. Pray, take this. This mission demands the utmost secrecy. Prithee be cautious, your majesty. Should you be discovered, I will be unable to lend aught in the way of aid.
Oh, I have my other mission here too. That chick's house that I was staying at. Where's that one? I need to turn that one in. What up, boo? Are we
Tidings, friend.
Are we dating now?
How have you been keeping?
Yeah, it's this game and I don't know about the date. Yeah. I mean, like, once it actually gets fully released, I haven't actually seen, I watched Doc recently when he was playing, Helldivers for the first time. And,
As for me, I made the most of my week-long sojourn. One might even say I enjoyed myself.
I don't think I've seen him play that in a long time. I don't know how far along it is. My only problem, like, initially I was going to get into it, and then I realized that you have to buy an NFT to get into it, and I was just like, I don't think so.
You see, I grew so fond of the destination my feet carried me off to, methinks I should like to live there. And that's when I thought, mayhap you've grown just as fond of this dwelling. Fond enough to purchase it from me? I can't just give it to you, mind. I've my relocation costs to consider, but I'd sell it to you cheap as I can afford. Well, friend, what say you?
How much? 20K? Is it worth? I can make the money back. And like having my own house is nice because I can just manage all my own shit rather than having to go up to that one spot and also have to pay. Yeah, that's 10 instays. That's worth.
Much obliged, friend. Suppose I'd best be off. I've my own home to get to. I hope you'll be happy here, friend.
I can accompany you to the castle entrance, master, but no further.
I had a feeling that you'd be here today, and yet I set out to see you. More the fool I know. However, I do not regret coming here. At the very least, it is an opportunity to pass on this package, which I hope will be a small aid to you on the road ahead. Take care, Arisen, and may this letter find you in good health. Oh, it's the girl that, like, ran away. She gave me a fairy stone. And then Sven gave me, forgive me for dropping by unannounced. Lo and behold, you're out. At least I remember to bring this up. I want to find my boo.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the morrow.
Can you set up benders in a house? I don't think you can. That'd be kind of nice, but I don't think you can. But you can manage your storage from the house, which is nice. Super nice, actually. Still need Harpy's pinions. I could probably switch these out for like actual soldier leggings, but whatever. I'll probably like re-gear and stuff when I switch to warrior. Actually, what level are you guys? 23, 30. Oh shit, we need to switch out pawns. We need to switch out pawns. Points. We need some new points. Free fairy stone, basically 10k itself. Yeah, but
let's have a look then.
yeah. I mean, I don't really buy fairy stones, to be honest. I just walk most of the time. The only time like I like to use a fairy stone is if I do like a big do a deep dungeon dive and then get a shitload of loot and I just don't want to have to walk it all the way back. Maybe your character is more attractive than Mr. Drops. She's just letting me stay there. You make sure they don't have any item. Oh. I don't think they do. I'll check before I do anything. Leave the rift. Last thing I want to do is send them back and they have items. Or does it automatically send the items back to you if you send them away? Do you guys know? It sends them auto back to you. Okay, that's good. Oh, it's the easiest way to get stuff into storage. Should I even think about that? Pretty sure they go to your stash. It's also kind of good for me to just to take a look at them anyway, because otherwise I wouldn't have seen that one of them had a golden beetle. Yeah, I mean.
There is a rumor whispered among pawns that I have oft pondered. The gist of it is, when pawns travel beyond the rift, we can contract a peculiar illness that imperils the lives of those around us. You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master. I dare say I've accomplished a
Gerald.
Is there aught this pawn might do for you?
Gerald. It's been a dream.
'Tis a pity we must part after sharing such a journey.
Yeah, I know you were in love with me. Aegon.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain. It will be an honor to serve by your side.
Welcome to the team. Holy shit. Chart. Looking good, girl. Where'd you get that outfit? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I shall be proud to serve you, Arisen. Are you fit to travel? Then let's not dawdle.
frame rate.
gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by
What is over here that the game wants me to see so bad? There has to be like is it like I've already read this?
Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with...
There's a ladder here.
We ought to put it to good use.
Oh, that's the ladder. I've already been up there though, I think. There's a ladder as the new Wolves Hunting Packs. It literally is. No. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You ignore boobs. Yeah, it happens. Why did you want me to climb this ladder? There's literally nothing here. I've already been here. Is there like a seeker coin here and I don't see it? Is that what it is?
The world could use more places like this.
Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
It's a little different as well.
And should my tale entertain you?
Oh, wait a minute. Where's that staff at? So I got another staff. Is this one better than the one that she has? Yes. No. I don't think so. Gives plus debilitation to sleep. She doesn't use sleep though. Fuck, she looks sick now. Where you at? Stop. Dude, she's looking fucking good.
As today, I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique.
Like, fucking look at us.
Is our curious tale staged? The hero off left.
Brawl. Yes, it's not upgraded. I mean, I can probably upgrade it. We'll see. We'll see what it costs.
Take a look.
No, it doesn't. Magic. I don't think the magic's higher. This goes up to 346. This is 333. 324 or 320. It does have better knockdown power and strike strength. I guess it kind of is better. It's just slightly less magic. The one she's using is lighter too right now. They're much better. I mean, there's. I'm so early into the game.
Well, you will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated.
Rest of this is fine. This can go. Rest of this is fine.
To the foremost hospitality, much obliged.
Back to work. How do we get to this place? You guys see? Okay. Should I go outside of town to go over here, or should I just like fucking beeline it?
Quite the predicament.
Anything seems better with upgrades this early. Doesn't really matter. There's huge leaps in gear later. Yeah, that's usually how Dragon's Dogma is, right? That's when you start getting shit that like actually has some like really cool upgrade abilities and stuff like that.
If that is your
Restricted entry. There are some locations that are entirely off limits and others which you will only be permitted entry at certain times of the day. For instance, if a guard catches you on the palace grounds at night, you'll be apprehended and thrown in jail for trespassing. There are also certain locations that forbid pawns from entering premises altogether. Masquerades are regularly held at Benworth's Castle, Masquerade Hall. You may afford the opportunity to make an acquaintance of important individuals. However, masquerades are formal occasions. You'll only be permitted to enter when you're wearing suitable attire.
Destination we cannot follow, but know that your return is eagerly awaited.
So, you've come. Captain Brant bade me allow you passage.
First, assess the field, then act accordingly.
Soon as my
Like it or
shift's
not,
done, I'm off to
I
the
must
south.
go where duty calls me.
Quit acting so chummy.
Whoa, what the fuck? I didn't do anything. Bro, I was chilling. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Is it because I pulled my weapon out? I think I might have done it on accident. I'm gonna die, but I'll just restart at my save point. Gotta not be seen by them for too long. Oh, okay. Finish me off. God, you guys suck.
Am I expected to simply accept this? Absurd!
Oh, I got arrested. If you perform dubious deeds in the city, cross the grounds, okay.
done it.
I need to go get my shit. Where's my shit at? Is my stuff the other way around? You get it if you escape? Oh, okay. I should probably go free the other guy too while I'm at it, right?
This place is awful dull. Can't complain, mate. I'd rather not draw still if I can avoid it.
Come to embroil. I fear my legs shan't carry me out of...
Is this the guy?
If you've naught of consequence...
Why can't I take him out? I don't understand. Do I need to have like my gear and stuff on me or what?
Quit acting so... What's your problem?
I'm trying to...
Leave off.
Oh my fucking god. It is. Being captured might have caused a weird issue. So I need to escape and then come back, huh?
Naught ruins your day like getting cut open.
First, assess the field, then act.
You need the captain's key? Yeah, I'll leave and come back. Maybe sit in a chair. Oh, your cell? Oh, okay. Try that. Shit, is it my cell? You can't do anything in here. There's no place to like sit or rest. There's a wall you can break.
Or to polish up my gear for the morrow.
There's a lady in the cell that'll ask you to look after her house. Well, yeah, I already have the house. Yeah, I'll just go rest in my house. Oh fuck. Whoops.
Pawns aren't permitted entry to the palace, but I would see you to the entrance if I may.
All right, let's try to get back now.
I've trained for this. So tired. I'd kept just about no one about.
Where's my crib?
Number on my shoulders.
Got to accept life as its ups and downs.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
Ah, excellent find.
Oh, you ladder-loving motherfuckers.
We must rest, though the sun is still up.
Yeah.
I only pray my watch finishes without incident.
Tell is, Vermund was once a beastren kingdom.
Truly?
Indeed. Though 'tis not widely known among the common folk.
You guys happy I used the ladder? You happy I used the ladder? I used it. This was a great ladder.
Mayhap I really would have been better off a baker.
It was a great ladder. I should have just used the underground passage. If I can remember how to get there. Right here, right? Yeah. Oh, this is the fucking... Actually, I have no idea where I am. Try to go the legit way again.
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
No, we won't, because I have no idea what you're. Like I know it like marked a thing, but I'm pretty sure I already opened the one they were talking about. Well, probably not. If they're talking about it, it's probably a different one, but still.
Our soldiers need better training. We shall remain here.
Now I know what I'm doing. Kind of. Should be a real quick in and out operation. For this guy to make his round.
have you come to release me from this jail? Aha! Then we are presented with 3 options. Either the law of our world that allows only one Arisen has been upended.
Okay.
Or Jesus Arisen is false. Or you are lying to me. Have you proof that you are Arisen, as you say?
Did I just whip it out?
They say the Arisen's breast
Did I just
bears
like
a
whip it out?
wound akin to the dragon's claw. By that mark, 'twould seem 'tis true. This reminds me of a happening 148 years ago. During the reign of Regent Alphonse, a man named Crusoe appeared and claimed to be Arisen. He went before the people, insisting that he, and not Regent Alphonse, was the true Arisen, the one fit to lead them as their ruler. And what befell him, you ask? Ha! Crusoe was discovered to be a liar, whereupon his head was liberated from his shoulders on the spot. Aye, I dare say your arrival portends another beheading, but whose will it be?
This dude's fucking cheeky. Urge him to escape. Urge him to stop talking.
Escape? But why? Here, I spend my days perusing the code and deciphering old texts. I can devote all my time to my own interests. And I need not turn my ear to Deesa's absurd demands. 'Tis a paradise to me, this cell. That said, if you know of a place with a mountain of tomes I could delve into, I might rethink the matter. Tell me, does that ring any bells? I suspected as much. Then we are done here.
So, find a place with plenty of tomes. Where would be a place with plenty of tomes? Yeah, couldn't be any more fucking vague. Yeah. It's probably just like some fucking place. You know? This map is huge. You're near it. A church? Castle.
I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Where are we gonna have? I've been waiting for me too. It's in the slums? Really? There's a place in the slums? That would make sense because you'd exit and take him out through this into the slums anyway.
Won't someone do aught about this?
Why does it look like it's 15 FPS? It's because it is.
Can't wait for the new equipment.
How soon do you think they're gonna patch it? I wish I knew. I'll be honest with you, man. I wish I knew. Like the one thing that I really didn't like with the do you have a 40 series card? If so, get the mod. Gave me over 100 FPS. No, I have a 3080. So Noble Quarter slum. So the one problem that I have with like some of the language and stuff that was used is like there's two things that worry me about Dragon's Dogma. Like I'm sure it's going to get patched, it's going to get fixed, but I think it's going to take I think it's going to take longer than we've seen with games recently. Especially because like AAA, it just takes them just so much fucking longer to do something. You know what I mean? Like they have so many more moving parts, so many more people to talk to, so many more people to okay things and stuff like that. There's so many extra steps that just aren't in like AA, single A, and some of these like independent studios. Where there's like a lot less hoops to have to jump through to be able to get something done. And you know, when I look at like a game that had some like pretty significant issues at launch, I look at a game like Cyberpunk, or not Cyberpunk. Well, Cyberpunk's also a good example, but not only like Cyberpunk, but
My head hurts just thinking
what the fuck is it called?
Time to be heading home.
Starfield, right? Like Starfield had a lot of issues right when it first launched, and it took a long time, and they still really haven't fixed a lot of those issues either. Starfield's updates are so small and take forever when it gets out. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that like if you look like historically, like there is a really long list of like updates from Starfield, but they're all like really small and very far in between, and it's taken a long time for them to like get to the point where, you know, and to be honest, like even the updates that they have done for Starfield really haven't even addressed like a lot of the bigger issues that the game faced. So like AAA companies just in general take a lot longer to be able to get that kind of stuff out, just because there's a lot more that they have to do. Where
I'll take that. We might
you know, we don't necessarily see a lot of that. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch, Big Hair. I'm playing a AAA game made in the 90s. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They kept saying they were gonna fix things in the near future. That isn't super reassuring, and I'm gonna wait a while longer before I cop. Yeah, for sure, dude. That's what I would do personally. Like if I didn't own the game, if I wasn't given the game for Christmas, I probably would have waited. I'd probably been like, you know what? It looks like it's probably gonna be a little rough at the beginning. I don't know if I want to spend the money. I would have held off and I wouldn't have got it, but it was a Christmas gift. So don't look you know, there's a code of ethics with that kind of thing, you know what I mean? With that said, we'll see what happens. You know what I mean?
My heart knows no greater peace than when I am by your
We'll see what happens. It's just like I said before, though. Like I just didn't really like the language, dude. Like that was the one part that like bothered me, was just like in the near future, like, and that's not what I want to hear. And actually, it's not even in the near future. when they talked about the performance issue specifically, they made it known that they knew it was an issue. And then they said, we're looking to fix that in the future. In the future? Like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I think that's probably the thing that irritated me the most out of all of the stuff, especially when I realized that the statement that they put out on Steam for PC players is the exact copy and pasted statement that they gave to IGN 4 days ago. Before the game came out, they already gave that statement to IGN. Talk to that guy in the middle. Talk to the priest in the middle of the slums. Yeah, I'll talk to him. Yeah, copy and paste in the future, looking for solutions type shit. Well, no, man, I like literally they just like they already they already had the statement prepared before the game came out. Like, think about the audacity of that. Hey guys, we know the game is going to run like shit, so we prepared this statement to tell you guys that we know it's going to be running like shit and that we plan to fix it, but you know, it'll be in the future.
It grants those less fortunate some salvation. Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor?
Like the audacity that you prepared a statement because you were releasing a game that wasn't ready for launch and wanted players to buy it anyway without telling them, so that you could so that they could buy it, and then you could tell them afterwards, I'm sorry. Now give me $70 exactly. Except for it's the other way around. It's thanks for the $70. We're gonna fix it in the future.
Many thanks. May fortune smile upon you, kind sir. Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. Ah, hold on a moment, Sir Arisen. Perchance you would be willing to aid me with another matter.
I paid $90 for Starfield, you poor son of a bitch. Poor son of a bitch.
You see, one of the children we care for here at the Gracious Hand has gone missing.
I will say this: I had a little bit of foresight when it came to Starfield, and I'm so glad that I did, because this is actually before the channel really got a lot of viewers. But we had one of our podcasts, and we watched the Starfield Direct, and during the podcast, I'm like watching this, and I'm like, I don't know what it is. I'm like, but something just feels really off about the way that this game is like presenting itself. I'm like, for one of the things that stood out the most initially was that they, like, the way that they were like slow panning the camera and like the gameplay scenes and stuff like that, like the way that they made combat look. Like, they definitely took like these like super high quality gameplay moments and stuff like that and tried to use that rather than like pure gameplay. And then one of the other things I noticed as well was like fast travel specifically. And I was sitting there and I'm like, hey, I'm not seeing us like fly into these planets, fly down to these planets. And I'm also seeing us select very specific points on the planet to go explore. And I brought it up and people were like waving it off and they're like, no. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I even said, like, I said something about it specifically, and I'm like, I think this is going to be like, kind of like Mass Effect, actually, where it's just like one specific plot on a planet. You land there, you have the area there to like explore, and that's about it. You know what I mean? You still bought it. Poe still bought it. 70 to 100k viewers on Steam probably bought it. 70 to 100k viewers on Steam. There's like almost 300, or I think there's like over 300,000 concurrent players for the game, or just under 300,000 concurrent players for the game. Capcom released it because they know it doesn't matter. I mean, to be fair, I didn't buy it. And actually, also to be fair, a good chance that Carnage didn't buy it either. I think he got a review copy of it. But a lot of people did. the reason why these companies release games that are unfinished is because they know that there's no repercussions for it. And I think that like that's I don't know, man. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Because it's not just like Dragon's Dogma 2. It's not any of this stuff. The problem is that like over the years it's become oh, Twitch. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I like that's the part that really sucks, dude. Is that like all we can do is just talk about how much it sucks. Because at the end of the day, there's really nothing that like everyday consumers can do. Like they really can't. Like let's be realistic. You're not going to get people to be able to boycott these products. Nor do we actually even want to boycott them in the first place. Because we want to play Dragon's Dogma, right? You know what I mean? Like we want to play these games, you know? And the problem is that it's like, but you also know people can refund on PC. Yeah, you can refund on PC after 2 hours, but I mean, for some players, they're not even going to see a lot of the issues until after 2 hours to begin with. You know what I mean? And what's stopping developers in the future from just making sure that they just pack the first 5 hours of a game with enough content to appease you, and then you get past that 5 hours and the game is absolute dog shit? You know what I mean? The problem is that like just the way the industry is, it's kind of promoting the practice regardless. And there's not really a whole lot that consumers themselves can really do to like protect themselves from it, because there's no way you're going to be able to get enough people together to not purchase something. The only thing that you can do, and this is the reason why when I talk about like voting with your wallet, and I brought this up earlier in stream, one of the reasons why I people spend 3 hours in Character Creator, that's actually fucking true. That's so true. One of the things that I brought up earlier in stream is like when I talk about like voting with your wallet, it's actually voting with your wallet to buy things, not to not spend money, if that makes any sense. So there's no way we're able to coordinate to get people to not buy something. You know what I mean? Like that's just not going to happen. But what you can do is just make sure that like you're buying products and like, okay, so I'll give you guys a really good example. So one of the things that I try to do is I try to make videos and also talk about games that I think personally, and I promote them in the video, right? Like I glaze the shit out of the fucking game and I'm urging other players to invest in certain games because I like, you know, what those games stand for. Not only just because they're fucking awesome and great games, but also because of like what they mean from like to a consumer, if that makes any sense. And so like that's why like I have no problem making a shitload of Helldivers 2 videos. I had no problem making a shitload of Baldur's Gate 3 videos or Pal World. You know what I mean? I didn't really make enough on Enshrouded, and I also feel like I probably should have made more I probably should have made more videos on Grand Blue Fantasy Relink too. How's it going? Good. Doing good. How you doing? It's more like we know this game is shit. We don't plan on doing anything about it anymore. If you buy your stuff, maybe we do something. If not, you quit the game. We never have any reason to waste your money on fixing this mess. Have a nice day. Yeah. Because like the thing is, at the end of the day, what repercussions do these companies face for releasing products that aren't working day one? To be honest with you, like I don't even feel like Dragon's Dogma really falls into this that like as hard. Don't get me wrong, the performance is shit, but like I haven't had any crashes, you know, cross my fingers. And the game like outside of towns performs relatively well. Like it's playable, but it's not what it should be. Especially for the cost, especially for the money. You know what I mean? Same shit, different toilet. Yeah. We can only reinforce the studios that respect the consumer. Yes, exactly. That's the point that I'm trying to make. it's far too difficult to try to get players to not buy something. It's much easier to get players to buy something, right? If Dragon's Dogma 2 is $49.99, would get less flack on am I 100% would have. 100% would have. Do you imagine? Could you imagine like the difference in value proposition of a $50 game? Fuck, even a $60 game. With this size, this detail, and this much content, yeah, it'd be huge. It'd be huge. And that's like, you know, I talked about that again. I talked about it earlier in the stream. One of the things that I think a lot of people overlook is it literally does boil down to the value proposition given to the consumer. The more you ask for, the more feedback you're going to get when you do something wrong, and the less forgiving that people are when you do something wrong. If that makes sense. The microtransactions are just performative to me. Devil May Cry 532. Yeah. Here's the thing. Where was the review bond for those games? I'll be honest with you. People aren't review bombing. People are reviewing. People are just reviewing Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, let's be real. Like, if you're talking about like the Steam reviews specifically, the game runs like shit. It runs like shit. And when a game runs like shit and it has a big issue, players start looking for every other thing that they want to attach to it, to, you know, point to it, to call it a problem, to try to activate as many other people around them to also be mad about it as well. So in the case of Dragon's Dogma 2, like, even though, yes, the microtransactions are relatively benign, their existence isn't excused by their usefulness. They just shouldn't be there, right? The microtransactions just, like, there's no, like, it's the pinned comment. It's the pinned comment from the stream. Let's say it shouldn't be there instead of it shouldn't be there, but what about Devil May Cry 5? What about Monster Hunter World? What about all these other games that people play that have microtransactions and they still say they like them? Like, we don't have to make excuses for it. We can just say, yeah, that shouldn't be there. But I will say that for the most part, like with a lot of the stuff that people are really upset about when it comes to the game, the microtransactions are like the least concerning part. It's the performance of the game. They released a game that was not ready for release. They had a statement prepared beforehand. Like, what the fuck? Dragon's Dogma 2 gets every bit of hate, every bit of fire it deserves right now. You're asking for $70 for a single player AAA game. You have microtransactions in it. The game runs like shit, and you can't even like change your save file or start a new game. Yes, the game deserves every bit of fucking hate it's getting. It's not getting review bombed, it's getting reviewed. The customers are using Steam reviews to tell Capcom what they don't like about their game. There's nothing wrong with that. And also, like, the other thing is too, is that one of the things I don't really understand, like, why do people give a shit? Like, why do people give a shit that people are review bombing Dragon's Dogma 2? Why do you care? Are you playing the game? Are you having fun with it? Yeah? What does that matter that people online are crying about it? If it's not bothering you and you're not having any issue with it, what does it matter? I agree with that, but everywhere I go, I see people complaining about the microtransactions. I'd agree. I'd rather not have microtransactions at all, but I feel like when Wilds comes out, if it has them too, it'll get swept. What do you mean it'll get swept? I mean, like, the thing is that see, but the difference is with Monster Hunter Wilds is that technically is like a multiplayer live service game. The reason why a lot of people are like really hyper fixated on the microtransactions for Dragon's Dogma 2 is because it's a single player game. That's the reason why. And especially when you attach that to a currency, regardless of how useful that currency is, that makes it even worse in the eyes of the player. And personally, it does for me too. It does for me. Because the thing is that like I'm very much one for like the purity of the mechanics in the game and the intent of those mechanics, right? So when I look at Dragon's Dogma 2, like the pawn system is like one of the coolest, most unique parts of Dragon's Dogma. It's fucking sick. It's such a cool and unique idea. However, and this is not Itsuno's fault. It's not the developers themselves. It's the product people. It's the marketing people. It's the sales people that force this kind of shit into the games to begin with. It has nothing to do with the guys that were making the game. If it was the guys that were making the game that were a part of it, then it would be necessary for us to buy the stuff. Keep that in mind. But when I look at like Dragon's Dogma 2 and I think about like the pawn system, it's like one of the big draw factors. It's one of the cool parts of the game. And just like giving players the ability to spend money to like rent pawns, just giving them the ability to do so. Like it undermines like the soul of that mechanic for me. And that's just a personal thing. You know what I mean? Have you done the Sphinx quest yet? I haven't even found the Sphinx. People will make excuses, I mean, by sweeping. Like I said, the more pressure you put on consumers, the more they're going to have to complain about if something goes wrong. If Dragon's Dogma 2 launched and had no issues with performance, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We wouldn't even be having the conversation. Simple as that. But the perspective of the consumer is, this game has issues. This game that you charged me $70 for, this game that you've been working on for over 5 years, this game that's coming from one of the biggest studios, one of the biggest publishers in the entire industry, this game that's coming from the same company that says that their CEO wants games to be $100, this game that also has de novo and anti-pirating software that I can't even change my own game files, otherwise it might lock me out of my own purchase, this game that also has microtransactions, that's what happens. This game that has all this extra bullshit that it doesn't need also doesn't work the way it should on release. That's what the problem is. That's what happens.
Malcolm, his name is. He's a steady lad. I can't imagine he would have run away. This building's very old. It could be that he's found himself in some strange corner of it. Might I impose on you to search for him?
Let us begin by gathering information.
Right you are.
Just the other day, he was going around telling anyone who'd listen about how he was an ox hair away from making some big discovery.
I'm quite sure I wasn't dreaming, but ox carts don't run so late at night. Was it a phantom then? I shudder to think.
Ho there. Faring all right?
Wag that tongue at me.
Motherfucker, I will kick your ass.
You fond of those eyes?
Bro, I'm just chilling.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What did I do? Why is everybody mad?
I spend my days in quiet reflection.
Malcolm. All he's doing of late is picking through rubble. Don't know why he bothered.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
No harm in picking a few.
Is it a hard spot? And Ubisoft said, yeah, Skull and Bones is quadruple A as well. Exactly. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, the more you ask of your consumers, the more pressure you put on them, the more things that you put in their games that they don't want to be there in the first place, and then you release the game and it has problems. Of course, you're going to see a backlash that's going to be equal to the ask of the customer. I think that's really what it kind of comes down to. The more you ask, the higher that expectation goes for us to expect that this is going to be some, like, you know, absolutely next level product, and it's going to be delivered the way that it needs to be. It's hard for me to boycott over that. A ton of games get a pass for having DLC. Strategy games, specifically Total War, Civ, Stellaris, for example. Yeah, and here's the thing, man. Like, when it comes to like microtransactions specifically, like, no matter what, there's gonna be context and nuance around that stuff to begin with in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, there's context and nuance about that. You know, we talked about that earlier, but it's like some games the consumer understands. Some games we can look at it and go, yeah, this needs to have microtransactions. But if that game needs to have microtransactions, then it needs to be done in a way that is, like, acceptable and ethical for the consumer. But the problem is, like, too many times with these games when it comes to microtransactions, it's nothing that actually benefits us, and it's almost always something that undermines the value or the enjoyment that we would normally get from games. So many times now, we do not earn anything from playing the game, not like we normally did, and instead we have to earn these things through other systems that these studios have put in there specifically to just try to wring more money out of us in the first place. I think that Diablo 4 is a really good example of that. And the funny thing is, it's also like their art direction is kind of shit to begin with as well, right? But the thing is that, like, the coolest looking equipment and armor is all held within battle passes and cash shops, where we used to earn that stuff. That used to be a rite of passage. You know what I mean? That used to be something really cool, but it's not anymore. It's just not there. It's just not there anymore. Instead, there's just more of these games that are sticking it in, and like, and it's not, and again, like, it's like I said too, it's not the usefulness. Usefulness doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just the appearance of these things in the first place. Asmongold stopped giving a crap about microtransactions when nobody listened to him about microtransactions in WoW. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like, it doesn't really, like I hate to, like, the problem is that, like, the amount of people that you would need to be able to get, like, activated, you know what I mean? Like, the amount of people that you would need to be able to get, like, fired up about something like that. There's too many fucking people that you need to do it, and most of those people don't even engage with these kind of platforms to begin with. There's so many people that, like, yeah, like, I would guarantee, like, if you did a poll and you could ask all gamers, even the ones that aren't watching YouTube videos like this, all ages, you said, tomorrow, games are getting, you know, you can vote right now. Video games will no longer have microtransactions. I would guarantee you that vote would be like 90% at the very least. You know what I mean? 90%. People will be all for it. But the problem is that people don't communicate across, like, that wide of a player base, if that makes sense, or that wide of a scope. There's not that much communication. You're gonna have the people that are gonna buy the stuff regardless. You know what I mean? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's pointless to talk about. I think that's it. I think that's probably the most. I think that's probably the best thing that we can do, because from my eyes, or at least from my perspective, the way that I look at it is this: there's nothing we can do to stop microtransactions. That's not going to happen. But the one thing that we can do for sure is continue to talk about these things and show what really matters to the consumers, because people out there want to sell products. And when people want to sell products, they're looking for people, and they're looking for a customer to position that product for. And what you're starting to see is that some of these studios that are out there that are independent are coming through, and they're just saying, fuck, all these gamers want is just a fun game that's relatively simple. We don't need to go overboard with, you know, all this other shit. We don't need to go overboard with marketing. we can do grassroots shit where we just have streamers or YouTubers and stuff promote it. Oh, hey, we're actually noticing that some of these games like Baldur's Gate 3 or Helldivers or whatever are popping off because they're just good games, and they didn't even really have to spend any money on marketing. They didn't have to, in the case of like Baldur's Gate 3, they don't even need to have microtransactions to try to make up for anything because people just bought the damn game. And they watch conversations like this, they see streams like this, they see YouTube videos, they see Reddit posts, they see Twitter posts, and they take that in and they go, hey, let's try to make a product that positions itself to take advantage of player sentiment that is against microtransactions. And that's why you start to see some of these studios that come out with games and they're like, hey, our game doesn't have microtransactions. They make that a selling point because there are people that are out there that want to buy it. And when those products get bought up in droves, that's when things start to change, because then all of a sudden these studios go, well, we're not really making enough money off of a lot of this stuff. Single player games specifically, live service games, you're never going to get rid of it. It's just the way that it's just the way they monetize, and it's also the way they run live service games to begin with. Helldivers 2 also has microtransactions, obviously worse or arguably worse ones. It has to. It has to. Like that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying context and nuance, right? So a live service game like Helldivers 2 at a $40 price tag with $40 price tag, 3 million copies sold, and on 3 copies sold, or 3 million, let's say it's like 3 million copies sold, $40 price tag. You're gonna have to pay Steam takes their 30%, Sony takes their their percentage as a publisher, then you have taxes taken out of it on top of that. Reduce also your cost for development costs that you pay your people, then also take out the cost for your servers as well, because they really had to crank up their server costs as well. You take all of that stuff together, and that $40 price tag really doesn't mean anything in the scope of trying to keep a live service game alive for years, right? So that's why like microtransactions make sense in the scope of a live service game like Helldivers 2, because without it, the game wouldn't work, nor could it be profitable in the first place. Does that make sense? Does Dragon's Dogma 2 have servers for the Pawn online stuff? Just wondering. Chances are, yeah, it does. It does. I don't think that the Pawn system is peer-to-peer. But then also at the exact same time, there's other revenue streams that Capcom can use to leverage the service that they run with the pawns, right? So like a pawn system isn't going to be as dynamic or as demanding as a live service multiplayer game that has 300,000 players playing it at one time. That's a completely different cost. It's a completely different type of engineering expense and all kinds of things like that. And also on top of that, keep in mind, it's not just keeping the service running, it's also constantly feeding more content into that service as well. So in the case of Helldivers 2, if we look at it like this, it's not even just the because when you say feeding more content, people are like, oh, the battle pass. Like, no, it's like an everyday occurrence with that game. There ends up being they unlock a new planet for us to be able to play on. They put in a new faction of enemies for us to fight. They unlock new weapons for us to play with, mechs for us to play with, all this different kind of stuff, right? That they slowly kind of feed into the game as you're kind of playing it. So you're talking about having a database versus servers to host. Exactly. So like it's a completely the dynamic and the engineering behind the two things and the cost as well is completely different. And plus on top of that, the other thing is that, again, going back, Capcom has multiple streams of revenue, right? Is this Dragon's Dogma 2? Yeah. Capcom has multiple streams of revenue, where a game like Arrowhead Studios doesn't necessarily have that, right? They made Helldivers 1 that has like 400 concurrent players. over like 6 or 7 years ago. So it's there's a different, we understand that there is a live service games have to continue to make money, otherwise they can't justify like staying in, you know, keeping that game alive. You know what I mean? Oh, Magica as well. I forgot about that one. Sorry, my bad. But when it comes to a game like this, you know, a single player $70 game, when has it ever been necessary for games like these to have microtransactions? It never has. It never has. It's just been something that just, it was introduced one day, and it's just always been there ever since. Simple as that. So, and the only thing that you can do to like try to like, I guess necessarily like push against it is support the products that don't have it. It's the best thing you can do. But I don't see, like, there's no point in the fuck am I doing? Am I just talking to kids? Talking to people?
This place offers a view of the sea.
I imagine we would not escape a plunge into the water.
And what do you want?
Okay, fuck off. Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't need microset. Yeah. Talk to the children. Will you I don't need you to fucking yell at me, okay? I talked to 2 kids. If I talk to any more, people in town are gonna start thinking I'm creepy. They're gonna start side-eyeing me.
Always gotta be in the thick of things, me.
Not my kind of place, this.
May tomorrow be as uneventful as today. I'm quite sure ox carts don't run so late at night.
Where are the rest of the kids? Hey.
What to do? I've no mother or father to speak of, you see. So the nice people at the Gracious Hand take care of me. I wanted to get them a present to say thank you, and I thought a bunch of flowers would be just the thing. The problem is, I can't seem to find any good ones. Do you think you could help me? All I need is a bunch of pretty flowers. For true. I'm sure you'll find the prettiest flowers that ever were.
Where are the other kids? Is there more kids somewhere that I don't see? I don't understand. I talked to that kid. I talked to this kid over here. I talked to this one.
I wonder what it was Malcolm found. Treasure?
Inside the church. Inside the church. Hey. FBI, whoa, open up. What are you guys doing with this kid over here? Huh?
Is Malcolm alright? We were supposed to go exploring together, but I overslept and he went without me. Wish he'd woken me up. I was really looking forward to going down into those vaults.
We'd best report back. Vaults, eh? Let us inform Sir Kendrick of what we've...
Sir Kendrick.
Here we are.
Vaults, you say? By my knowledge, they were sealed off.
She wasn't there before? Oh. The farther I get from yeah, I know. Verund. Yeah, the further you get away from the main city, the better your frame rate gets. Yeah, for sure.
Ah, but you mentioned rubble, aye? Then perhaps the lad found a way through. Come, I fear there's not a moment to lose.
If GTA 6 will have microtransactions, nobody will care. But GTA 6 will be a multiplayer game. You know what I mean?
Pray, follow me, and quickly.
That's the reason why, like, people, the only reason people give a shit about this because it's a fucking $70 single player game. So they latch onto that.
I believe this is the place to which the children
They see single player game $70 and they go, why the fuck are you trying to charge me? Why are you trying to put microtransactions in this? You know what I mean? It's like it's the same thing we've been memeing on for years, horse armor and shit like that. You know what I mean? I need to finish BG3 though, for sure. For sure. That was actually like, that was something that was super funny. somebody was telling me, they're like, oh,
there is naught to be done but have a look
they're
for
like,
ourselves. The passage ahead looks
Baldur's
small,
Gate or
but we may be able to
Dragon's Dogma 2 has issues. Maybe I should finish Baldur's Gate 3. And it's like, yeah, you should finish Baldur's Gate 3. What the fuck are you doing with your life? You know, like, what are you doing, dude? How are you not playing like the banger of bangers? Buy yourself some coffee. Thanks for the content. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the $2. Actually, coffee sounds really good. Like, like who the fuck am I kidding? I'm not going to sleep. Single cup coffee makers, man. One of the best things anybody's ever invented. Or it might have skins. GTA 6 is going to be filled with microtransactions. Are you kidding me? They plan on making GTA 6 and they're going to farm the online just like they did with GTA 5 online, and it's going to be nothing but fucking it's going to be a game that they're planning on probably like keeping and continuing to pump for money for at least 15 years. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. Don with the $5. This is for coffee creamer. I'm making some coffee too even before they mentioned it. Oh yeah. Caffeine time, boys. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Fucking dungeon time. Let's fucking go. Oh, it's a little dangerous. And why am I getting fucking Varooned? Like, oh god, it's like loading Varooned above me. That sucks. I don't think this is gonna help, but maybe it will. Probably not. Doesn't matter. Like lock it to 60 doesn't even like help at all because of the fact that like you're diving down to like 25 and 20. Fucking crazy.
I cannot fault a crowd.
Wonder if there's anything. I mean, there's nothing I can do. It's all CPU bound.
Malcolm, thank goodness you are unharmed. You have my eternal gratitude, Sir Arisen. Now I can breathe freely at last.
Sir Kendrick, you'll never believe what I've found. It's just up ahead. Books, sir. Books, books, and more books. It's like some sort of secret workshop.
Truly, perhaps we ought to take a look.
We ought to follow close behind.
Right you are.
Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements.
Oh, fucking spider bites. It's actually kind of funny how small the spiders are. Like, you're so used to like other like high fantasy games where like spiders are like twice the size of you. And it's like, here we go into this like dungeon. It's just, like spiders are just like literally just regular spider size.
Isn't it amazing? And I found it. Me.
'Tis quite a find indeed. Is this some manner of archive? Why, I've ne'er seen so many books. This collection must be worth a fortune. 'Tis a veritable treasure trove of wisdom. Might I ask that you not share the existence of this place with others, Sir Arisen?
I wish there was a population density slider. Holy shit, that would make this game so much better. That's what the problem is. It's all the NPCs. Might I ask you not share the existence of this place with others, Sir Arisen?
We cannot allow the knowledge accumulated here to be misused or mistreated. We ought to entrust its care to someone worthy, someone who can appreciate its true value. As for you, Malcolm, I forbid you from telling anyone else about this place. 'Twill be our little secret. Understood?
Oh, but...
However, in exchange for your silence, you may come and go as you please. Let's investigate this place's secrets together, eh?
It near boggles the mind that so impressive an archive slumbered here. 'Tis surely any scholar's dream.
You have my support.
In spite of these differences, the two nations have managed to coexist largely peacefully. Perhaps realizing the futility of all-out war between two neighbors. Though there have been several examples of one side instigating an invasion. Always some greater power has intervened before the balance could be tipped too far in the favor of either nation, preventing the fires of war from escalating into an inferno.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an
Dude.
overconfident step soaked my boots.
So there's this like
yes.
there's this
That
like
sounds
English
familiar.
poet, like old man, white beard, and he's like a big like pipe smoking enthusiast, like tobacco pipe smoking enthusiast. And I found his YouTube channel randomly, like it was just like a random YouTube like, hey, here's this random ass video for you to watch. And I've been watching his stuff like constantly lately, and it's so good. Like it's so good. Like it's literally just him like hanging out in his study filled with books, and he's just vibing, smoking on a fucking pipe, and like having a glass of brandy, and then like reading Tolkien. It's so sick. It's so sick, dude. I think he has like 40 or 50,000 subscribers or something like that. It's like, it's one of those people you're like, man, I hope this guy pops the fuck off. A lot of whataboutism going on in the microtransaction debate. I like that other gamers have been complaining about this since Horse Armor, but consumers will always downplay the consequences. I think like that's exactly, yeah. I mean that basically summates exactly what I've been talking about, which is like like I don't like the actual items themselves. It doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Oh, this is the other door. Shit, I didn't open it. Like that doesn't matter. That like what items are being sold, I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, they're fucking useless. Yeah, there's no need for you to buy them, none at all. But they shouldn't be there. I'll say it 1,000 times, man. Instead of saying they shouldn't be there, but we should just say they shouldn't be there and just call it a fucking day. A lot of people would get, more people would be getting along, that's for sure. A lot less people complaining. That is for damn sure. What is this about? What quest is this? Gift of Giving. Prepare a bunch of flowers for Daphne to help her express her gratitude for the people of the gracious hand. I have a bunch of flowers already.
Let's not be hasty, bleeding rogue.
Mayhap dreams will reveal to me the heavens aspect.
Can't make a living if I get myself in.
I don't understand who the guy in prison is, but he wanted a place with books, right? Yeah, he did. And that's a place with a lot of books. So we're gonna make his motherfucking dreams come true.
Quite the predicament.
Remember when multiplayer games didn't have microtransactions and worked just fine? So the one thing that so you have map packs for sure. Like that's definitely something to point out. Like, oh yeah, there's map packs back then. But the other thing is too, is that I think that a lot of players don't. The context has been lost in the oldest tomes. Back in the day, when games didn't have like microtransactions and shit, like live service games, first person shooters, Call of Duty, all that kind of stuff. That's back when dedicated servers were a fucking myth. That's when like we would freaking, you know, blow a stranger to play a game with dedicated servers, because back then everything was peer to peer. While all of it did start with horse armor, I think a lot of it, I think initially microtransactions, when it came to like when it came to like live service games specifically, or like multiplayer games. I think a lot of that stuff was introduced like for like with good intention, and then it just got out of control, if that makes any sense. But I'm a single file breaker. Yes, it was also prior to like MMR and matchmaking and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I think like a lot of that context is also like kind of left out on people for the most part. I think it started with free-to-play MMOs. Free-to-play MMOs? What was the first big free-to-play MMO? I've only ever played one free-to-play MMO. That was Lost Ark. And I wish it wasn't free-to-play.
Well, have you found some place I might... Oh, to think such a place existed.
RuneScape? Is RuneScape free-to-play? PoE? Do you count PoE as an MMO?
If you can deliver me from this pit, I ought to be able to find the rest of the way on my own.
I'd hasten home. It was not my duty.
Why does it play like Jaws music in the background? You hear it? It's like dun 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 dun. Why are you struggling? Come on, motherfucker. I'm carrying you. I don't trust you on your own. You told me your legs didn't work before, remember? I gotta let your old ass fucking walk. All right, there you go.
This is where you... this should be far enough. My thanks. If you truly are arisen, then I swear to someday repay this debt I owe.
Oh my god, you had such an easier time? Yeah, because I'm a fucking pro gamer, dude. What are you talking about? Fuck. You didn't see those top plays that just went on right there? Well, come on, man. What the fuck?
Words may be wind, but there's naught else I can offer you at present. Pray visit me if you've the time or inclination.
I didn't realize that was turned off. Give people context. That was shit. That also looks shit. I just, man, fuck that thing. I'm turning it off. You guys don't need to know who's where. Plus, on top of that, the Twitch one never loads.
Mayhap the knowledge I've gained reading tomes of Eld could be of some use to you.
Before that Silk Road. Here's why I need quick save. To lose my intrusive thoughts. I'm tossing him down a hill. Yeah, no shit. Someone convinced me to buy Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't think anybody needs convincing, to be honest.
Shall we report this?
If I were to give a personal recommendation, I'll say this, okay? I'll give you guys a personal recommendation. This is how it works. If you have the expendable income and you know, the price tag doesn't bother you, and also like the fact that the game isn't really performing all that well and has issues, doesn't bother you either, spend the money.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
If not, if the price or the performance bothers you,
Welcome to
in
the
that case,
Starkey
wait.
serve all manner of fine ales here.
Wait for a sale, wait for whatever.
Start you off.
I'm too broke to buy a round. I'd normally buy a round, but I can't. Sorry.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your majesty's claim as a true arisen.
That's where I'm at the price tag. I have it, but yet I feel I still have a deep feeling this will go on sale soon. I don't know. How quickly do Capcom games go on sale? You'll have spring summer sale or spring sale. Spring Steam sale is right around the corner, right? And then the summer sale as well. Is Dragon's Dogma 2 better than 1? I think it's going to be by a long shot because there's more game. It literally, like right now, it just feels like I'm playing higher res Dragon's Dogma 1, but with like a bigger world and like more like a more like a dense world, if that makes any sense. Like Dragon's Dogma 1 was very like wide open areas. You know what I mean?
It seems Magistrate Wardor has been safely delivered from his cell. The man's dedication to justice shall doubtless be a great boon to our cause. Mayhap 'twould be prudent to visit the man on occasion and avail yourself of his vast stores of wisdom. Now, would you be so kind as to return the key I lent you? I thank you. Pray, take this.
That was certainly worthwhile.
We're balling.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your majesty's claim as a true arisen.
If you're on PC, run it and see how it runs. Yeah, that's also very true as well. Yeah, run it and give it a shot. See how you like it. See if it works for you. If it doesn't, then move on. You know what I mean? Move on. Tell me of the Masquerade. Tell me of the Queen Regent. Tell me of the Masquerade.
For some time now, 'twas said that the false sovereign was recovering from his battle wounds. But as I hear it, he is now well enough to walk unaided. And so, in honor of his supposed valor, they have been holding Masquerade in the palace of late. The false sovereign's identity is still beyond our ken. Even the matter from where he hails remains a mystery. But mayhap approaching the false sovereign at one of these gatherings could afford you a glimpse into the man behind the mask. What say you, your majesty? Might I ask this task of you? My thanks. Some of the sentries posted at the masquerades are under my command. I shall have them ease security. So pray, slip into the venue through whatever opening presents itself. Once your infiltration is successful, you will need only don a mask and act the part of an invitee. Few will think to be wary if they believe you a fellow masquerader. Here, this should suffice to help you blend in. Take care. There is one other thing. Masquerades being as they are, you will require suitable raiment. Much is made of appearances at such gatherings, and 'twould be wisest to dress the part when joining the other revelers.
I hope I kept this stuff. I think I did. So I ended up, there was a kid in town that I did a quest with, and he gave me a bunch of clothes.
Here will see one confined to jail.
I've heard that jailers are paid a pittance, despite the hardships of their work.
Good evening, sir. I trust you fared all right on the road.
I have courtly breeches and a courtly tunic.
Despite the hour. Much obliged.
I wonder if this will work.
me to be rather edifying.
Welcome. Well met.
That looks pretty good. I'm looking pretty fucking. I'm guys. I mean, this looks like a guy that should get into a masquerade. Just gonna say it. I'm gonna save.
There's a ladder here.
We ought to put it to good use.
Such quietude is a blessing.
Here's hoping there'll be no trouble.
We shall await you here, Master.
Oh dear.
All honest coin is made a waste of time. No one's listening.
What am I to do?
Worst enemy. Mayhap you've been misinformed, sir, but there isn't to be a masquerade this day.
Oh, was it tomorrow? Yeah. How do I know when a how do I know when a masquerade is? Where the? I don't really need that anymore.
Won't someone do aught about this?
Maybe. Can you tell like what day and night it is?
I've been here so long, I almost forgot why I came.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared.
I feel refreshed and ready for a new day.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Ooh, motherfucker.
Welcome to the
I'm doing
Stardew
sovereign
serve.
things.
All manner of fine ales here. Shall I pour you a cup to... Come back anytime.
Nope.
Welcome. We serve all manner of fine ales here. Shall I pour you a... Come back anytime.
He was caught, then you got caught. Yeah, that's why I just grabbed his ass and ran. I was like, there's one way to solve this problem. Oh, it's raining. Even less frames. Which is sad because like this actually looks really good when it rains. Like I love like the water like collecting on the paths and stuff. It looks really good.
Won't someone do aught about this?
Our soldiers need better.
When it comes to problem solving, how creative can you be? I don't know. Enough. Enough to get by. you wear the Mather's armor, they don't bother you. Marher's armor. What? This won't work? Oh, you guys talking about something else entirely.
If that is your destination, we cannot follow. But know that your return is eagerly awaited.
It's well tiring being so alert all day long. Should you espy any clearing the high roads, but our hands are oft overfull with culling and escort missions.
And I'll be done for the day. Silence cultivates wisdom.
Thank you so much for addressing the FPS issues. B.
A larger audience would mean more pockets.
Silence cultivates wisdom.
Did they walk somewhere? I missed it. I looked down.
We shed our faces at the door, so too our cares.
Oh, okay.
I cannot afford another fancy party.
Why, you're... No. Pay me no mind. We who are gathered here are naught but nameless nobles. 'Twould be uncouth to inquire after another's identity.
I love how these fucking idiots back in the day thought that just by wearing like a little mask over your eyes like this was enough to like somehow make all the other people you already know and all the other rich people you already know like not know who you are. Like, guys, you don't understand. You understand? No, it's not me. What the fuck? Guys, can you recognize me? Can you recognize me right now, guys? Do you know who this is? I hope I don't surprise you guys.
No. We who are gathered here are...
I know. I'm a master of disguise. What can I say?
More of this ox cart. As I hear it, it turned from the high road.
I suppose I ought to...
Our first sovereign in... Surely these extravagances cannot continue.
All this merrymaking is a joy to behold.
Oh my god, dude, his mask is terrifying. Oh, they're the musicians.
How to proceed?
Would seem our sovereign has recovered enough to...
Methinks I'll have a red.
Twouldn't do to meddle in each other.
Leave me be.
Perhaps a breath of fresh air. I am all of a dither.
Loot.
I could use a bit of excitement in my life.
Now this is a conundrum.
You're the last person I'd waste my time on.
Bitch! What the fuck? That was savage.
Got to focus. My head will roll with all
Have you heard? Another ale cup.
I find it.
Wealth is rooted in the soil of land.
Am I like What am I supposed to do? Approach the false sovereign. You are to attend the masquerade and seek an opportunity to draw near the false sovereign. But in order to gain entry into the masquerade hall, you must first be dressed in formal raiment and don a mask. The answer is in the area you're in. Like in this room?
My sword arm could use some work.
Huh?
Me to solve this. Whatever happens here, anyhow.
There's ought to be said.
Dull days for us are a sign that war is around. No time to talk, I'm afraid. I'm a busy man.
Whoever's my replacement's in it.
Now this is a conundrum.
This armor's far from comfortable.
So tight. Just about anywhere.
I'm the crown jewel of our business.
Well now, you're...
What is it? Has something happened?
We have it on good authority that a suspicious individual passed through here.
We need to scour the area. Well, scour all you like. You won't
In
find
here.
I've been here the whole time.
Open up!
Oh god.
You're dressed rather austerely for a patron.
My humblest apologies, Lady Wilhelmina. We've had reports of an unseemly character in the vicinity, you see, and...
Preposterous. I was out front till but a moment ago, and I did not see so much as a shadow.
Be that as it may.
You are excused. Leave this place, ere you invite our noble host's wrath upon yourself. I will
Please don't be
tell
a
you
bad guy.
what is amiss.
Please don't be a bad guy.
Pray forgive the intrusion.
And what business have you here? In the nobles' playground? Hmm? You've the face of someone in search of a juicy morsel.
Oh, I am.
Would you be looking for this, perchance?
Come
What?
on then, keep pouring. Do you take me for some green lad who can't handle his cups? I'm your damned king, and a king deserves royal treatment.
Of course, Your Majesty. Tell us, Your Majesty, would you prefer more drink, or shall we find some other way to amuse ourselves?
Aye.
Saucy.
Change things up.
I believe I cautioned you to keep your drunken revelry in check, lest you forget these celebrations of your valor are but a pretense for more serious matters.
I know. I do. It's just I get the poison in me and things happen is all.
You need only serve as our false king until Sven becomes consul. Till then, however, you would do well to remember that your role demands a certain degree of dignity. I trust you understand your position, Your Majesty.
Oh.
I mean, as you say, I'll go and sober up.
Oh, so the kid that I did that. Oh, okay. Now watch her call the girls back in.
Why not remove yours as well? This is not the Masquerade Hall.
Yeah, that's the other guy.
We now find ourselves quite alone. What say we dispense with such pretenses and speak openly with one another, Lord Phaesus?
That will do. If you're discovered, yours won't be the only head that rolls. What is your purpose here, I wonder? If you came to learn of the Sovereign, then 'tis as you have seen. The man is naught but a ale-swilling pretender propped up by the Queen Regent. Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen be? You'd best go. I'll do what I can to help you make your escape.
I love her. I love her.
As you can see, I run an establishment that caters to certain pleasures.
Yes?
You're welcome to come and play anytime, if you escape with your life, that is. Know, however, that our services do not come cheap.
The Boudoirie is an establishment that caters to the vices of nobility and the wealthy elite. A card of membership is required to gain entry to the Boudoirie, and its services are only available to those who can afford them. Courtesans to please various tastes have been found on every floor, but services of those on the third floor are not yet available for new visitors to the establishment. Only prized patrons who make frequent use of the Boudoirie's services are entitled to purchase the platinum card that will allow them to enjoy the company of these exclusive courtesans. Is this frequent flyer miles? Is that what this is? They're like, oh, so you want to get into the platinum card club? Well, that's gonna cost you.
My whiskers are looking a tad crooked.
Why, come see me in my boudoirie, whene'er you're so inclined. I'll instruct my attendants to send you straight to me.
The mixed smell of perfume always makes me queasy.
Not much going on.
There's comfort. I'll have nightmares.
I'm here for the loot. Where's the loot? Get the fuck out of my way. I'm looking for the loot.
Whatever am I to do?
There's comfort.
Kind of expect this place to be a little bit more fancy. What's up, girl?
Find someone to buy me a drink. Best head to market before it slips my mind.
She sounds like she's had better days, to be honest.
Comfort in the humdrum of daily life.
Well, I'm definitely buying the game now. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, well, wait a minute. Wait. This game has help. What were you doing? What are you doing? Huh? Dowdy? Watched Asmongold bait himself into the wrong courtesan. Oh my god. I recognize that I'm too poor. So I'm not going to be spending money here yet, but I will in the future. I mean, I won't in the future. Because I need the money for, you know, really important things that you need to spend money on in this game.
All my peers seem so much. Greetings, Master. Is this where you've been all this while?
Do take care not to stray so far next time.
It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. The pawn's just waiting outside the door. So, Arisen, this is where you've been all this time.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
You know what else looks sturdy enough to climb? That's crazy. I could actually like make this into like wearable, like probably decently solid armor. That's crazy. That's a crazy. I might actually try that because I'm kind of dripped out right now, to be honest. Except for the Masquerade mask, we'll get rid of that. Except for like the Masquerade mask is just like glasses, basically. It like occupies a different slot. Oh, it's because I'm moving. I was like, why can't I unequip this stuff? Yeah, it occupies a completely different slot. -1 elemental resistance because me debilitation gives me sleep res.
Well met, son. How might I be of service?
This really is fine craftsmanship.
Are you in the market for something in particular?
Kind of curious what it upgrades to. I probably can't go all that high, to be honest. Oh wow, the enhancement cost is crazy high. What the fuck? It's up to 267. That's 4, so it increases by 4s. What are the other 2 vocations that are missing? Like, I know one is going to be, is there another? Oh, yeah. I don't remember now. Okay.
Always a pleasure. How might I be of service?
Yeah, Wayfarer and Trickster. Yeah, I realized it after the fact.
There is much we ought to tend to.
Just come up and just like knock the candle off the table. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
True arisen. Well, well. He is merely Disa's puppet then. 'Tis likely that he knows naught of her schemes. Even were he to be removed, I suspect some other would simply be made to take his place. But if there's aught that compels my attention, 'tis this other man you mention. Phases, was it? He seems a man of import, and yet I have never heard of him. Pray, allow me to investigate this matter further. You've done well, Your Majesty.
Queen Regent Disa appears to be working in concert with this Phases fellow. But what precisely is their aim?
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim.
Did you mean to wear both? What do you mean? If you're on console, good luck refunding. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, doesn't PlayStation have like a really weird like refund thing where like if you install the game, you can't refund it or something like that? I forgot exactly how it works.
You will need to infiltrate the palace to gather evidence of these.
I only have like a couple of PlayStation games. I have Final Fantasy VII, Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. Demon Souls Remake and something else.
I have attempted to do the same through my own channels for now. Would that I could undertake the task myself. What say you, Your Majesty? I shall ensure that the door to the Queen Regent's office is open between midnight and dawn. Pray use that time to conduct your investigation.
Okay.
Perhaps you might. Good evening, sir. I trust you fared all right on the road?
Does this one boost magic defense? Okay. Am I carrying a wake stone? I am not carrying a wake stone.
Despite the hour. Much obliged.
Welcome.
Eludes me.
What should I get up to today?
Okay. The mask and the wolf head. Did you mean to wear both? Yeah, because I look fucking sick. What are you talking about?
Well met, sir.
I look dope. What do you mean? Do I mean to wear both? Of course I do. I was Demon Souls Remake. I haven't finished it. I had started it. The problem is like I have like way too much shit to actually play. I need to like actually go through and do some. I need to do some retrospective videos soon. At one point, I'm going to. It's gonna take me a while to get there. There's just so much like there's so much stuff to cover and talk about like happening in the now that I want to always like cover a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like just trying to do that kind of stuff. But yeah. Let me see here. So I'm pretty much I'm done for the evening. I'm done for the evening. It's time for me to get some. It's time for me to get some dinner. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna chill out for the rest of the evening. Tomorrow is the podcast, so 2:30 p.m. PST. hop on for the podcast, it'll same thing, streaming YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you guys show up. I'll see you guys there, and then we'll go from there. So big GGs. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for the thanks for the subs. Thanks for the memberships. Thanks for the donos and the super chats and all that stuff. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening and a rest of your weekend. If I don't talk to you tomorrow, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. See you guys later.